Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's on. We're good.
Good. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. Can everybody mark your attendance on your clicker by pressing P or 1? Thank you. Thank you all. Welcome back. The Assistant Town Clerk informs me that we have a quorum. Winchester Springtown meeting is back in session. Hope everybody had a good weekend. I want to welcome back Sam Allison, who's serving as our Assistant Town Clerk for tonight as well, filling in for Mary Ellen Marshall. Is the mic working? Okay. Is that better? Okay. Tonight, I just want to update you. I've gotten a lot of comments on my football analogy. Okay. Yeah. So we started at the 0. We got to actually one more. We're actually at the about the 25-yard line right now. We ran into an immovable object from Precinct 1 and Sarah. So that's where we are tonight. I learned the hard way never to predict a short town meeting because it will bite you in the butt, so I will never do that again. Okay, and I just wanted to go over one thing. For all new town meeting members, our town meeting website is the best way to stay informed of what's going on, what's changing. So you see here, you can get a listing of all the articles that have been amended, or any memos or letters that boards and commissions and the moderator want to get a membership. So that's Winchester, and then find town meeting, and this is the first page you'll see. Okay. Last Thursday, we ended on Article 37. Today is the first Monday in May. Traditionally, it's the day that Winchester Town Meeting deals with the budget. As such, there are a lot of members of the community joining us tonight. Welcome to all of you. A lot of members of town staff and consultants. So we're going to go back out of order and address the budget first at the beginning of this meeting, and then progress through the rest of the warrant in order of the warrant. So in order to do that, the chair welcomes a motion to postpone to Article 38, Motion 2, to postpone for a time certain, and that time certain being after Article 36. And I got a second. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Before we begin on Article 22, we're going to take up Article 28, which is on page 40? Is that 40? Of your green packet. As we'll discuss later on during the budget, we decide appropriations for the school department as a block. Here we have an article in number 28 that's coming forward to appropriate funds for a specific program. The chair finds this appropriate because of the timing of the budget and this particular item. We need to resolve it first so that we can then do the rest of the budget. So, Article 28 is brought to us by Select Board Member Michael Betancourt. It's moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $450,000 from free cash for an early literacy pilot initiative The program is to be managed by the Winchester School Department through its superintendent. Funds will support professional development and enhancement for Winchester Public School educators and staff. The purchase of literacy data management software for multi-tiered system of support, MTSS, data management, and monitoring tools, and the purchase of programmatic and curricular materials related to the Early Literacy Pilot Initiative. On behalf of this motion, its proponent, Michael Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator and town meeting members. While I bring Article 28 independently, it was with the unanimous support of the Select Board and School Committee. Both the School Committee and Dr. Hackett have been deeply engaged in literacy improvement. Much of what is included in this presentation has been developed as part of the district's literacy initiative alongside the Collaborative for Educational Services team. You can learn more about the district's work in early literacy on their website with the QR code at the end of the presentation. In recent years, literacy research has identified what is commonly known as the science of reading. Winchester currently uses a variety of curriculum resources to teach reading. Some are SOR aligned, some are not. Winchester needs a universal, evidence-based reading curriculum. This one-time funding is to pilot programs to achieve that goal. Article 28 requests $455,000 from free cash to support the Literacy Pilot Initiative as developed by Dr. Hackett and the School Committee. Funding this pilot initiative is a one-time expense and should not be part of the school's base budget to build off in future budget cycles. This pilot will allow us to better understand future financial obligations as we prepare an override budget and convene the State of the Town Committee. Identifying future funding needs for professional development and curriculum will help us strategically fund this initiative without just throwing money at the problem. Several districts who have done so have expressed buyer's remorse as the landscape of literacy evolves. Dr. Hackett will issue a report to the State of the Town Committee and Town Meeting on the findings from the pilot initiative, and any unused funds will revert back to the town. Winchester engaged CES in early 2024 to work with families and staff around literacy and reported on the state of literacy instruction in Winchester. The four major findings of that process in July 2024 were that the district needs improvement in literacy curriculum and curricular supports, literacy professional development and teacher learning, communication and culture around literacy, and literacy assessment and tiers of support. A primary outcome of the CES report was that an educator team be convened in collaboration with CES experts to continue to work on changes in literacy. This is the team that was selected and worked to create the report and recommendations. In the 2024-25 school year, this early literacy team of in-district educators paired with external experts convene regularly to review available material in district as well as establish priorities for any new curriculum to review. The early literacy team met with peer districts regarding their evidence-based curriculum materials currently in use to evaluate what was working and what was not. From a list of 8 possible evidence-based literacy curricula, 2 to 3 will be recommended to pilot in the 2025-26 school year. Educators highlighted 3 specific priorities that they felt were critical to their ability to teach evidence-based literacy: new and/or proved curriculum materials, text and materials that are content-rich, engaging, and allow for great appropriate and evidence-based instruction are very important. Teachers also requested materials that were consistent across grade levels and provided for differentiation based on student needs. Additionally, the early literacy team highlighted recommendations for the early literacy pilot. Their recommendations are the backbone of the funding request under this article. Expert external professional development providers and PD specific to the pilot curricula, the purchase of 2 to 3 pilot curriculum for use by elementary educators in 2025-6, a digital data management system to track and analyze literacy data, and the ability to continue to use the UFly phonics curriculum and any additional evidence-based leveled or phonics readers currently in use. The district has had a clear roadmap for this process, from the program vision set by the early literacy team to the evidence-based literacy rubrics and cross-grade level teams that have identified curricula to evaluate. The process for this pilot has been clear, transparent, evaluative, and inclusive of the educators involved. Similarly, the district has a clear roadmap as they move ahead. Year 2 will be the 2025-26 school year and will be the pilot year for the elementary literacy curriculum. But any effective curriculum change requires ongoing evaluation, supplementation, and professional development. The district has and continues to outline their plan for continuous improvement in literacy. Article 28 is one-time funding, which is why it resides outside the school department budget. It reserves $455,000 specifically for the PD, curriculum materials, and data management systems solely for elementary literacy. While Article 28 provides critical funding for a literacy pilot, town meeting should expect the district to return in spring town meeting 2026 with an update on the progress and the use of this funding. Specifically, what, if any, staffing will be associated with literacy improvement, what professional development has taken place, what will continue to be required, and what curricula has been chosen, and associated one-time expenses, as well as maintenance costs. I hope that you support Article 28 and the continuous improvement of elementary literacy in Winchester. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt. I will now hear from boards and committees, beginning with the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee unanimously supports this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board?
Select Board also recommended favorable action on this article, given that the one-time nature of the funding seemed like an appropriate use of free cash, and we look forward to the results.
School Committee?
Thank you very much. The school committee also voted favorable action on this article.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open up debate or any town meeting members want to be heard on this topic? Ms. DeLeo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Susan DeLeo, Taft Drive, Precinct 5. I'm 100% in support of this article. Couldn't happen fast enough. I encourage everyone here to support Article 28. It's incredibly important. This literacy issue started when my twins, who are now in 5th grade, were in kindergarten, and they're about to move on from their elementary school years. So I hope that their friends in younger grades benefit greatly from this program. I think it's really important. I was a member of the Winchester Literacy Design Review Committee, and I think it's really important that if everybody has time to at least browse the key takeaways after you vote for this article tonight, because one thing that still stands out after we fund professional development and a new program is takeaway 3, which is on page 103 of the report. And CES said, by and large, educators and parents are currently unable to put their trust in their literacy leaders. We raise this finding because of the centrality of relational culture to any organizational change process. Without remediation, the current gap between district and teacher level leadership on matters of trust will impede any future improvements. So I think it's very important that our school committee and our superintendent ensures that they also tackle these issues so that our pilot program that we are all going to vote for tonight is as successful as it can be. So through you, Mr. Moderator, to the superintendent, what have we done so far to change the culture at Winchester Public Schools that CES is referring to, that they found in their survey of teachers and parents?
Dr. Hackett, would you like to speak to that question?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, to you, to the town meeting members, to the question. The work that's been going on with CES after the study was done, as you know, as part of the design team, we have had CES with us, the collaborative. They've been leading the entire early literacy process. We've had a early literacy team made up of many elementary educators, literacy specialists, administrators, and I think the success of just the culture itself is partly it's ongoing. It's not something that's solved overnight. But on this topic, the decision of what pilots programs we'll be running is completely in the hands of the elementary literacy team, which is representative of all of our elementary schools by elementary staff.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
You may.
So, what specifically they refer in this report to leadership, the culture of the leadership of the literacy programs. What has been done to address those concerns?
As related to this article, or is this
As related to the literacy program in Winchester that we're going to fund?
So we are currently interviewing for a literacy coordinator position. The interviews actually happened today. We're anticipating having a new literacy coordinator on board certainly by the start of next school year, likely by July 1. So that's the leadership. That position is in charge of elementary literacy.
And then, so what has happened to the prior leadership?
I don't really sure I understand the question. We have not had an elementary literacy coordinator this year in the role. So that position we held on to because CES was doing the work with the elementary literacy team. We want to make sure we understood the work, get the work defined, so the person coming in will now know exactly what's going to be happening next year with a pilot program, and we'll be able to take over that pilot program.
Okay.
Right.
Please, everybody support Article 28. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, please state your name and precinct.
Hi, Amy Poftak, Precinct 3. This article is really close to my heart. In early 2021, I joined a group of concerned parents to raise the alarm about our district's early literacy program. Too many of our kids were struggling with reading and not getting the instruction that they needed. At the time, my son was in 3rd grade. He's now in 7th grade, and this investment is long overdue. The recent CES report confirmed what families and teachers have known for years. Our literacy program lacks coherence, isn't working the way it should. Teachers have been doing their best, but without the training, support, or resources that they need and deserve. When the high school gym floor needs replacing, we fix it. When the roof leaks, we fund the repairs. Literacy is no different and arguably more urgent. It's the foundation for every subject, every grade, every student's future. So this funding, it's not a complete solution, but I think it's a really good step. So tonight, just urging you to support this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Hi, my name is Chris Jones. I'm in Precinct 7. I'd like to say I support any program that supports reading and writing. Learning to think independently is very important. However, I do think that one of the main drawbacks to what's going on in our schools today is that this right here. Our kids are glued to their cell phones, their tablets, and they're not reading books. So while I support this program and in the hopes that maybe they'll read more books, they'll write more independently, and they'll spend less time on this. And I know I'm guilty of that too. I stare at this thing too much too and don't read as much as I used to. The other thing is, today, I know in one of my daughter's classes recently, they had an exam where 20% of the students failed because they were using AI to write their papers. And the professor knew right away. And some of the she goes to a state university in California, and they have a program going on right now to identify how students are using these they're not thinking for themselves, they're using the internet to pass their tests. So as we go forward with a program like this literacy program, we have to make sure that our kids are learning to think independently, learning to read, and learning to write independently. And so I support the program, but I just with the caveat that we have to keep in mind what other forces are in play that's preventing them to learn to read and write. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair wants to remind everyone to keep their comments to the merits of the article. Dr. Zawicki.
Good evening, Greg Sawicki, Precinct 1. I'm in full support of this article. I'm in full support of funding the school's budget as much as they need to promote the appropriate education for all of our children in town. But I do have a question to the moderator, to the superintendent. I'd like to understand why this particular initiative is being called out separately from the remainder of the school budget that we're going to be talking about later. Most of the time we vote on the school budget that includes a budget that doesn't include line items for us as town meeting to discuss the merits or not merits of a particular program. And so while I fully support the literacy initiatives, and I think they're very important, and I want to applaud parents and citizens who have been working with the school committee and the school department tirelessly for the last year on coming up with this program, I want to understand why we're voting on this separately as a separate article.
Thank you for the question. I think that's better for the proponent, Mr. Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator and Dr. Zawicki. We've heard a lot about literacy over the past several years, and it's a difficult financial year for the town. We have a lot of financial pressures. Health insurance is a big one. The school budget is a big one. This is something that I felt couldn't wait any longer. To Ms. DeLeo's point, you see, as we're talking about this year over year, kids go through the system, and all of a sudden they're in kindergarten, and we still haven't had a solution, and they're going to the middle school. So this is something that I felt couldn't be cut. I felt there was support. A lot of parents before me have done a lot of work to move this forward, and I think it's really an acknowledgement of the work that has been done by the district and parents and CES to come up with the right program and the right solution, and I felt it was too important at this point to be cut out of the school budget. As anything I feel is important to keep in the school budget. So that's why I brought it.
And just as a quick follow-up then, can you comment onto where the number 455 came from and why it's that number, and where did that come, and what will that specifically be earmarked for?
I don't know. But no, I do know. I'm just kidding. I do know. I worked with the district and Dr. Hackett to come up with a number that was right-sized for a pilot program, which includes what we saw for professional development needs, curricula, and ongoing support with culture in the community. I am not on the school committee. I really had no idea that the costs were so high to get the kind of professional development and curriculum that we need. So I worked closely with Dr. Hackett and the district on this. So thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, Roger Wilson.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. Through you to the Finance Committee, my question on this is, first, I'm all for literacy. I'm 100% in support of literacy. How is literacy a one-time expense for a school system? Could math be a one-time expense for a school system? My question is, I appreciate that everybody's gotten together and agrees that we're going to pass this thing, but my question is, how is literacy a one-time expense, and what is literacy going to cost next year as part of, if a pilot program is a one-time expense, what's the ongoing expense of literacy going to be?
Thank you. Jeff Calabrese.
Thank you. So as a consultant myself, I view this article as the work to figure out what needs to be done. So I do see them as two separate things, and that's how the Finance Committee viewed it. I would defer to the school committee or the superintendent on the exact specifics or the intended outcomes, but that was the rationale for voting this as a one-time expense.
Dr. Hackett, do you want to take it? No. Further on the question, Dorothy Simboli.
Hi, I'm Dorothy Simboli, Precinct 6. I have one comment and two questions, either for the superintendent and or Mr. Betancourt. Thank you so much, Mr. Betancourt, for putting this article together. I'm 100% in favor of it. Obviously, we need to do something sooner rather than later on this. My question with regard to this article is, it speaks to progress monitoring tools to figure out where the students are. What I'm wondering is, how is this sort of, I mean, obviously this is a pilot, but how is this different from the units of study program that we implemented? And what measurement tools, if any, were we using in that program that brought us to this state today? And my second question is a follow-up on Mrs. DeLeo's comment, which is, this is from that study, by the way. It says this is about the culture. 88% of teachers feel uncomfortable raising questions or disagreements about literacy and with district leaders, and 93% of literacy specialists feel uncomfortable raising questions or disagreements about literacy with district leaders. So that is the culture, those are the statistics. So my question is, when there is a student who needs additional services, additional support, tier 2 support, something extra beyond what we're doing in this pilot, what support is going to be given to the teachers who actually know how to teach kids? And those kids are in those classrooms. So first line is going to be the teacher. The teacher is going to know what those kids need before the literacy team leader. What are we going to do to help the culture, and what are we going to do with the students that don't necessarily fit in this pilot that is now going to be run? And what are we going to do to support those students?
Thank you. Mr. Betancourt?
Maybe the superintendent can answer that question.
Which question? The first question or the second question?
All the questions.
Two questions are measurement tool and what are we going to do to support students who need, who aren't going to be able to quite successfully learn under this pilot.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you, it's town meeting, and the question, it's a great question. We have literacy specialists now who provide intervention and support. What we've lacked and what we are trying to address, one, with the software package has nothing to do with it, is data collection. So we do a literacy screener called Dibbles, and we have a part of the management package, software package that we are investing in through this will be to manage that in a way that actually is much more comprehensive, provides data more quickly. It's actually the assessments given and the data is put into the system as the assessments are given. It produces reports for parents. It gives recommendations for supports that could be done in the classroom, as well as provide parents with recommendations for supports that they could provide at home. So to start with, that system alone will provide a set of recommendations for in-classroom and at home that then can be coordinated with the literacy coordinator, who can then work with the literacy specialist to deploy intervention staff that we currently have. So what we have been lacking in the tiered support is the tier. We've not had a clear, defined system of identifying where students are, knowing that through data, providing the intervention, reassessing and progress monitoring to determine whether the intervention is working, and then what are the next steps, one, if it is working, because intervention should not be automatically built in for the rest of the student's life. The idea is an intervention to catch a moment in time, to make sure the student can go back into the classroom and be caught up. That can be very fluid, or it starts to identify students who the tiered 2 intervention, the intervention that would happen through literacy specialists, isn't enough, and then we start generally have conversations about what else is needed, then that sometimes can lead to special education support. So the whole system is being built. It's not, the management software is critical to that, but it's also being built as a MTSS so that we have a clear structure when the assessments are given, what we're looking at for data, and that whole process will be building-based, teacher-based. It'll be led by a literacy coordinator. That piece has not been as clear. It candidly just hasn't been. So that's why the management system for the assessments are so important to this. The interventions will eventually also be based on the curriculum. So because we're going through the pilot next year, part of the pilot program will be to also look at what are the interventions that would come along with that curriculum, with that program, that we would also be using to implement as part of the support system.
2 follow-up questions on
sorry,
that.
but we have a lot of people online. So
Just really quickly, is the Dibbles data mandatory? Is that going to be, or is that an elective?
It is mandatory. We give dibbles to all students in K through 3 currently, and we're exploring.
But it will be disclosed to all parents, and all parents
It already
will
has been. They received the results this year.
Okay, and what if there's a teacher that identifies a student before the dibbles data is back? How is that teacher going to be able to get intervention for that student?
They would
ahead of
work
the dibbles
directly
data?
with the building administration, with the literacy coordinator. Yeah, we're not waiting for the data to come back, but if that's your question, before we start talking about what we can do to support. But we also have year-end data, so students who have been with us will have data for where they were last year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Stefanita Blake. I'm a new member at Precinct 5. I fully support this article. I have a question for the superintendent through the moderator. I'm just curious, what are some of the outcomes that are going to be measured as part of this pilot? Like, how are you going to define success? When you come back to share out on it at town meeting, what are some of those measures that you'll be able to share with us?
Sure. So part of the work that's being done with the collaborative CES that's being done with the elementary literacy team will be to create an evaluation tool for the implementation of the pilot. So it will be very clear as to what we're looking for, how we're going to collect data on the teacher experience, the student experience, the parent experience with the pilot programs that we will then be able to come back and report to. In fact, I mean, as important as to report back to town meeting, it's more important for us to understand that, because we would want to be in a position where we at least have a pretty good idea where we're headed by like early January. We may not have the program identified exactly, but we'll have a better handle on what the costs might be of the two different options.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brian McCarthy, Precinct 4. This is a unique position where we're voting a lot of money to the schools, and I guess my question is related to, is it legal to be able to put money to the schools separately like this? Because usually the school money is fungible. And what's going to be the oversight to ensure that this block of free cash that's going to the school department is only going for literacy projects or this initiative?
Through the chair to the proponent. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. With an article like this, which is going to be effective 5 days after town meeting, I'm going to create a special account, and the only thing that can be charged to that account would be related to this purpose. So it wouldn't be posted as part of the school department budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Pruitt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the question.
Second. So we're going to, everybody take out your clickers. It's going to be a vote.
Point of information, Mr. Moderator? Yes. Can we just have clarification, since this is not on the yellow sheet, perhaps from Ms. Ward? Is this $455,000 only to be spent in FY26? Can it be spent beyond FY26?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
It can be spent beyond. It won't close until it's either completed or closed for a different purpose at town meeting.
Okay. Town meeting is ready for the question. We're done debating, so I think we can just move to the question. Okay? So we're going to do a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion as read into the record, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The article passes. Article 28 passes. Now we're moving to Article 22.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Yep.
We had a motion to move.
But it was moot because nobody was in line. We were ready for the question, so I just had the question.
But someone moved the motion and seconded. Don't we vote on the motion to move?
But it was a moot point because there was nobody else from waiting to debate.
Okay, I just thought the town meeting should have that vote.
Article 22, on your yellow sheets is the main budget as put forward by FinCom. Under Article 22, we will consider the motions brought by the Finance Committee appropriating the town budget. Those motions are brought on the so-called yellow sheet. We will go through the individual motions and then group them by category for the purposes of the vote. But on the motions as a whole and in support of the budget, Mr. Calabrese will present. When we get to the education budget, Winchester Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Hackett, will be afforded the opportunity to present. And the same will be true if town meeting members have a question. We will go through them in due course. Mr. Calabrese. Okay. So the Finance Committee's budget's on the yellow sheet, as is the tradition in Winchester town meeting. Mr. Calabrese will address the whole budget right now, and then we will vote them in groups as they appear on the yellow sheet.
Good.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this is the FY26 budget. So before getting into details, I just want to start with our goals and objectives as a finance committee. We have 4. We did not accomplish the first one. It's been a very challenging budget year. So striving to deliver a structurally balanced budget where revenues equal expenses, maintaining and protecting our Moody's AAA bond rating, moving towards capital best programming, and then talking about growth targets. So this is how we anchored ourselves into the process. And I'll just mention that our vantage point is across the entire town of Winchester, not specific to one department. So we're looking for balance through all the departments. And as I mentioned in our Article 1 report, we have 2 core issues. Expenses are accelerating past revenues, and then also capital continues to be materially underfunded. So those are our 2 core issues. And just presenting this to bring it top of mind again. So as I mentioned last Monday, we're underfunding capital by about $13 million per year. So every single year, our $600 million of assets, they decline. If we want to actually improve our assets, we need to be spending $21 million more. And I just mentioned that again to bring it top of mind. Additionally, I hope you've had a chance to read our Moody's opinion from February 20th, where they mentioned twice that we have below average reserves. That's directly from the credit opinion. So again, painting a little context before we get into the FY26 budget. So here was our starting point, defined as the town manager budget and school budget put together. We're calling that our starting point. And that starting point put the town on a path to spend 33% of our reserves or operating reserves free cash within 2 town meetings, fall town meeting and this spring town meeting. As we've mentioned in our budget book, that's not sustainable. That was a $4.5 million deficit. In addition to our $13 million of capital, we'll call that a deficit as well. And we have the growth percentages on your left. So what does that mean in terms of dollars? So I thought it would be helpful to just, again, add some context where next year we're projecting $5.5 million more in revenue as a town. The municipal part, so think fire, DPW, police, is asking for another $980,000. Before any work was done, our health insurance increase in expense was $2.7 million. And then schools here asking for $4.7 million, driving that deficit. So two insights. The municipal side of the government is asking for 18% of all new revenue. The school department is asking for 87% of all new revenue. If we took out health insurance and every other expense in this town, we would have a deficit. So again, that is our starting point. So what was our process given these circumstances? We started with revenue. Usually we leave revenue to last, but given the circumstances, we want to look for ways to reasonably and responsibly increase revenue projections. We looked for reserve accounts. We worked across town to figure out what to do with undistributed or health insurance. And then we're looking for other spending capacity outside of the operating budget. So some highlighted changes versus the town manager budget. I'll say everything is in detail on page 20 of our budget book. But revenues, we believe we can responsibly raise them by $335,000 across 2 line items. So it'll give us an effective growth rate of 3.87% year over year. We decided to tap the Health Stabilization Fund for $254,000, leaving a nominal amount in that fund, given how high the health insurance cost went. And then we sought solutions across the town. So we're very pleased to see the Select Board take action on the health insurance policy by dropping those costs by about $400,000 on a net basis. That's associated with Article 27 today. Working with the town manager to constrain spending on the municipal side to 2.8%, which is under the 3.87% projected growth rate. Also, stopping OPEB funding, so other public employment benefits. We've been on this journey for a long time and thought now is the time to stop that contribution of $350,000. And also limiting no new full-time employees on the municipal side of the government. And then schools. We made recommendations to seek alternative funding channels. We believe that there is spending capacity to hit the school's investment targets while maintaining our unrestricted free dollars, in addition to separating out one-time cost and redirecting existing dollars. Now, through all of these adjustments, expenses are still driving past revenues. This is a deficit of $1.341 million. And I'll just note that the decisions town meeting makes today is not just an FY26 decision. It is an override decision for March. It is an FY27 decision. It is an FY28 decision. We have never recommended a cut to a budget. Every year, the budget goes up. So the decisions today will impact this town over the years. And then a note on reserves. When looking at a reserve account, we believe capital should be included in the conversation. So we have about $21 million in our reserve account or free cash. If town meeting decided to pass the finance recommended budget with a capital investment to maintain our assets, to stop the decline, we would only have $6.5 million left next year. If town meeting decided, hey, we actually want to improve the quality of our assets, we would have no money left in the reserves. So capital continues to be put on the side while the money gets funneled to the operating budget. And we just want to keep stressing that point. Now, a question that we've got, why protect free cash? It's called free cash. Why not spend it? It's not a goal to spend free cash. These are our most valuable dollars. They're the most flexible dollars. We're going through uncertain times this year. Free cash can apply to any single department, and town meeting has the authority to appropriate that money. So FY26 budget starts July 1st. Fall town meeting is in November. There is plenty of time to get more information, get more data, and if adjustment needs to be made, town meeting can do so. And then just a note on education. I know we're going to talk about this at length. I'll just say clearly, the Finance Committee supports a path to the school department's request for investment, whether that's the superintendent's budget of 5.84% or the amended school committee budget of 6.46%. We believe 3.87% growth, which is revenue, plus other available funds like circuit breaker can get you to those investment targets. So I was happy to see that in our town meeting discussions that we held a few weeks ago, we had about 60 or 70 people come to those, and just want to stress that point that there is a viable path to hit these investment goals, and we believe that protects the unrestricted dollars. And finally, as I mentioned in Article 1 report, 3 things. Like I said, we believe the spending capacity is already there outside of townwide reserves. Number 2, Moody's has already mentioned that we have below average reserves. As we tap that reserve account, the risk of a downgrade goes up. And our AAA bond rating secures most favorable financing for a project like Morocco. And then speaking as an advisor to town meeting. We make recommendations, you decide. We recommend town meeting as a body to maintain options and ability to address issues as they come up. And the way to do that is to protect unrestricted dollars. So I hope everybody was able to read our book. Like I said, we tried to keep it 23 pages, streamlined. Look forward to the conversation, and thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from boards and committees, starting with the select board. Okay. Okay, so we'll proceed to the yellow sheet. We'll start with motion 1 on the yellow sheet and proceed through. Yeah, okay. Motion 1 is moved and seconded that the town, by the way, this is a 2/3 vote requirement. Motion 1 is moved and seconded that the town appropriate and transfer $3,728,422 into the Building Renovation and Reconstruction Stabilization Fund. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Motion 2 is moved and seconded that the town appropriate and transfer $3,687,450 into the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously, surpassing the 2/3. The chair will now group motions 3 through 17 together under the category General Government. If there are any town meeting members that would like to discuss these line items, please stand up. We'll hear the recommendations from the Select Board.
Select Board recommended favorable action on the general government budget as printed in the yellow sheet.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that $6,861,072 is appropriated for general government, of which $4,688,911 is for personal services, $2,124,161 is for other expenses, and $48,000 is for equipment. $20,000 coming from the parking meter fund. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Motions 18 and 19. I'm sorry, 18 through 20. It is moved and seconded that $2,615,501 is appropriated for culture and recreation, of which $2,002,351 is for personal services, $613,150 is for other expenses. Any boards and committees?
Select Board recommended favorable action on culture and recreation as printed in the yellow sheet.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries. Motion 21 through 23. It is moved and seconded that $1,099,128 is appropriated for health and social services, of which $949,003 is for personal services, $150,125 is for other expenses.
I'll just come up here without being asked this time. Yes, Select Board recommended favorable action on health and social services, and we'll note that the Board of Health budget does include some funding to look at SCARs across town.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries. Motions 24 through 26. It is moved and seconded that $14,038,949 is appropriated for public safety, of which $13,207,598 is for personal services, $77,235 is for other expenses, and $59,000 is for equipment. From yep. Oh. 772,000. 351. Okay, I forgot one. $772,351 is for other expenses. 772,000. $351 is for other expenses. 59,000 is for equipment. From these, 75,000 is appropriated from the parking meter fund. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. That brings us to the category of the Department of Public Works. Motion 27. It is moved and seconded that $9,558,058 is appropriated to account 4100 Department of Public Works, of which $5,992,447 is for personal services, $3,546,111 is for other expenses, and $19,500 is for equipment. From these, $10,000 is appropriated from the parking meter fund, $70,000 from the cemetery perpetual care fund. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion carries. Motion 28. It is moved and seconded that $500,000 is appropriated to account 4171, Department of Public Works, Snow and Ice, of which $223,300 is for personal services, $251,700 is for other expenses, and $25,000 is for equipment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion carries. This brings us to the education category.
Mr. Moderator, point of information. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask a question about just sort of the overall budget process. I have a question for the comptroller.
About the overall budget process?
About some of the discussions that have been already had about sort of our view as town meeting in terms of thinking about how we're appropriating funds.
Okay, you can ask your question.
So it's a question to the comptroller via the moderator. I think it is known to some of us, maybe not to others, that there was a report that was issued by the comptroller's office to the select board discussing the risk or not risk of downgrading a Moody's rating. And for those who maybe hadn't read the report, I was hoping that it seems to give a contrary position to what the FinCom chair did state in his presentation. So I was hoping to hear from Ms. Ward about that memo and what it said about the potential use of free cash in terms of operating reserves and credit rating of the town.
Town Comptroller Stacey Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm not certain that it's a contrary statement. I believe it's more, what can we use of free cash that would bring us down to a level of risk? And it's not really about this year, it's about next year and the year after as well. So I don't know if there's a specific item that you had a question
about. It looks like in the report, there's multiple times in red ink,
yes,
which points out exactly, I think, the main message, which is there's a certain amount up to $11 million in free cash that could be spent. And I'm not in any way suggesting when it is to be spent, but just in terms of the amount that would be available that would bring our reserves to below a 20%.
Okay. In the report, it's on the town meeting website. It just discusses the differences between the town's operating reserve and Moody's available reserves, two very different things. The town operating reserve, I'm sorry, I'm just starting with this basic discussion. The town operating reserve just focuses on the general fund. The undesignated fund balance, included in that is free cash, but undesignated fund balance plus general stabilization fund is the town's operating reserve. And as a percentage of our total revenues in the general fund, it was 20% at the end of June 30, 2024. Now, Moody's available reserve, completely different calculation. They don't look at just the general fund. They look at all the different committed, assigned and unassigned balances per our financial statement. So our balances are per our UMass accounting basis, which is the Uniform Massachusetts Accounting System. We close our books according to Massachusetts, and we use out those numbers. Moody's looks at our audited financial statements. So I did this report based on June 30, 24 numbers only, because I can't give an updated amount of what Moody's could be at the end of FY25. But I'll be clear that the town's operating numbers are going to be different than what I have in here, because we have projected turnbacks, anything that's not spent of the budget that we voted in FY25 that hasn't been spent, and we'll have some surplus revenues associated with the Interest earnings, it's a little bit over budget again this year, and maybe some other areas that we have more money. But with that said, as of June 30th, 2024, using those numbers and then subtracting out what free cash we used at the fall town meeting, it looks like between 11 and 12 million of free cash could be used to get us to these thresholds. Moody's threshold is 20%. We're at 27 as of June 30th. Ours is between 6 and 10, and we were at 20% as of June 30th. Now, if we spend down between 11, I think 11.2 and maybe 11, I forget the numbers. They're not red in this report. It's not printed in red, in color. But around, say we spend $12 million, we'd be at risk, maybe not so much of a downgrade, but it certainly will be below the threshold using June 30, 24 numbers. When we close the books, we're going to have so many different numbers on the Moody side that we just have to see what's reserved, what's concluded in their balances. But that's sort of what, if we spent all 12 million this town meeting, when we go and do our Moody's review to issue debt in July, they're going to have a conversation with us about, okay, how did you balance your budget this year? And we're going to say we used $12 million of free cash. And they're going to say, they're not going to pay that much attention about the dollar amount. I mean, they'll care. But they're going to say, what's the structural problem? We can't balance our budget right now. We're off $3 million if we fund completely what the school asked for and what all other departments asked for. I don't want to just pick on the school. It's just our total budget combined. We're already having a gap of $1.5 million, and it's just going to grow. So we could use, let's say, $12 million, and we'll be close to those thresholds. But what's going to happen next year and the year after? Sorry, I have a cold.
No, thank you for clarifying, though, the actual amounts there. So, I think...
Yeah, and they're not going to be
when
perfect.
we're debating $1 million or $2 million, it's not
Yeah.
debating $12 million. I just wanted to sort of make sure I understood that.
Yes, and they'll change. Once we close June 30, they'll change completely. So, I mean, we can project, and we do project on the town side. We do 3-year projections. We're always very cautious about budget decisions and how they impact the town's operating reserve, but Moody's had changed their available reserve percentage in the last couple of years, and we still have to figure out if we're going to try to approach and use their methodology for budget planning. It's going to be difficult because there's a lot of different components across 300 different funds in our book, so it's a little bit more difficult to use that as a guide.
All right, since FinCom was referenced, we'll give FinCom a chance.
Thank you.
And 2 quick comments. So number 1, risk is not a binary situation, whether it's 0 or 100. There's a spectrum. So the point I made is that as we deplete reserves, the risk goes up, which I think Stacy would agree with that statement. And point number 2, again, it's forecasting. It's just not an FY26 problem. This becomes an override problem. So again, decisions made today impact the size and speed of next year's potential override. The state of the town committee was already formed. So just want to clarify those 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the education category under motion 25. 29, sorry. It is moved and seconded that $68,704,079 is appropriated to the account 3110 education. On this question, Dr. Hackett, Superintendent of Winchester Public Schools. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to the town meeting members. I appreciate the opportunity to present a budget that we've been working on since October. And I think that many of you, I have actually had the pleasure of being able to speak to the budget process to you in precinct meetings. And my goal tonight really is not to take you through line by line. My goal is to just show you clearly we are in there's a gap between what's being recommended by the FinCom and what's being recommended by the school committee. And there's some things I just would like to make sure everyone understands from the standpoint of revenue. So going back a little bit, in the FY25 budget, the one that we're currently in right now, was a 4.67% over the prior year FY24 budget. the adjusted level service budget, which is the budget that allows us to open school next year, provide the services that we're required to provide, which does include increases for various items like transportation contracts that we have settled, anticipated transportation costs for special education, for example, anticipated costs for out-of-district placements that we are rolling forward based on the state approved increases for our out-of-district schools, and also some additional services for example, for our multilingual learners, who we have increased since September of this year. We have gained over 40 students within this school year. So there is a need for us to provide additional services for that population of students. And so those adjustments are within this level services budget. So it's not a level funded budget. It's not a flat services budget. It's level service in that we need what we have in that budget to meet the legal obligations, the contracts that we have with our employees to open school next year. We're not adding programs. The only adjustments we've made in terms of really straight general ed programmatically is we have added a 0.2 position for Mandarin at the high school. We've had years ago the implementation of Mandarin at the middle school. That group is making its way up through, and we now have we need an advanced placement section at the high school because we're kind of fully realizing the end of that course pathway for students who decide to pursue Mandarin at the high school level. In addition to that, the school committee went through priorities that were presented as part of our 5-year plan. The administration with the school committee worked through what we call WPS 2030, and the effort this year was to provide an overview, an outlook for the plan versus what the budgetary or positions would be in order to support the plan and the goals of the plan. 2 of the items that you see here that the school committee added to this current budget, which brings it to 6.46%, the school committee recommendation. 2.5 full-time equivalent positions for math intervention. We were just talking about literacy intervention. What do we do with students who need support? We do not have any math intervention specialists in the district. It would just anecdotally say I've never worked anywhere where there hasn't been math intervention. It's absolutely a need. It's a need that's been here for a long time. I think staff and teachers would tell you it is also a need. This would actually allow for a 0.5 math intervention at each school, with the idea that we'd be looking in future year to bring it up to 1 FTE, 1 full-time math intervention at each elementary school. That doesn't even talk about middle school math intervention. The focus right now is trying to build that up through the elementary level. We also are trying to create efficiencies within the McCall middle school schedule. We have a lot of shared staff between the high school and between elementary school. The schedule right now is a 7-period day, every period in the same order. It prevents us from providing, it is inflexible in that it prevents us from providing services at certain times for students who need services within their special education day or multilingual supports, which also puts pressure on existing resources, so that if we have to provide, for example, a pullout for reading support or for occupational therapy to a student, we only have the occupational therapists for a set period of time with no flexibility in that schedule. So each student is going from period 1 to period 7 every day in the same order. In order to pull students out, they're being affected. If they have to be pulled out, they're being affected in the same way depending on that locked-in schedule. So to create some flexibility within the middle school schedule, that investment is included in that $365,580, which brings the school committee recommended budget to $70,415,718, which represents a 6.46% increase. This is just a snapshot. There is a longer list. This goes on beyond this, but this is just a snapshot of how we identified the priorities. And I'll just draw your attention to the recommended priorities above the line, and you just see Article 28, which is what you just discussed. So That $455,000, to the earlier question that was asked, what makes that up? It is truly based on the implementation of the literacy pilot program. It is an estimate at this point. We still don't have numbers from the publishers. We don't know what we will be piloting yet. I believe we're down to 2 programs. I think that decision is going to be made shortly. And we have not yet created the pilot structure. So how many teachers are interested, first of all, because it would be voluntary, how many grade levels, and how do we implement. If we say, for example, if we're doing 2 programs to pilot, what does that look like? And the goal of making sure that we want, if it's 2, both programs need to be in all 5 of our elementary schools at some grade level, so every school is experiencing, every teacher has a chance as a building to experience both of the pilot programs. It's not a full implementation, but we are treating it like a regular full implementation of these 2 programs in the pilot classrooms that we're talking about. So there will be professional development involved. There will be like just as if we were actually implementing it. What the district, this is, as we move into next year, the goal would be to this year go through the pilot, get the feedback from teachers, do the evaluation, and make the determination as to what of the 2 programs, which ones would we be implementing for the following school year, the 26-27 school year. There's no question that the $455, while identified as a one-time cost, because as Mr. Calabrese said, we're trying to figure out what we're going to do. So we're not going to do a pilot again. We're going to make an investment in a program, but we don't know what that program is, and we don't know how much it's going to cost. So we know that there's going to be a cost associated with implementing a program. I can guarantee you it's going to be more than $455,000. The range on some of these programs, that depending on the level that you get into them, the amount of professional development that you provide with external providers. Some of the external providers in some of these programs are $5,000 a day for 20 people. So there's a lot. It's a menu to a certain extent. The discussions with the literacy team and with implementation of a program is going to have to be around what are the services in terms of professional development that we need to provide. We've got to support the implementation of a literacy program. Without fail, when we hear from other districts, and we're going through the process of interviewing literacy coordinators, some of whom are sitting elsewhere as literacy coordinators, several have said that there wasn't enough professional development. The professional development happened in year 1 of the implementation of the program, and it discontinued. That's a recipe for failure. And when you're making an investment in a program that is this critical, that will be expensive, the professional development has to come not only with the program from the implementation, but it has to be year over year. That's a built-in cost. We're past, I'm old. The day was when you bought a literacy program, you bought all kinds of basal readers and literacy books, and you had the program, you spent $1 million, but it was almost a capital investment because you had those materials for 5-10 years. That's not how it works anymore. Everything is a license, everything is consumable, and everything is renewable. So the cost is ongoing. It's not a one-time implementation, so that will have long-term impacts on our operating budget because it will not be from anywhere else. So with Article 28, and we appreciate that being passed, that dollar figure for the pilot program is covered. The 2 pieces of this entire list that the school committee focused on and added to the budget beyond the level services budget is the McCall schedule implementation, a dollar value of $162,000, and the math 2.5 interventionist, which we are carrying a dollar figure of $203,000. So here we are. We have a school committee recommended budget that comes in at 6.46%. The FinCom recommended budget is coming in off the yellow sheet at 3.87%, which represents a $1.7 million difference between the recommended FinCom budget and where the school committee is right now. With that, I want to talk just a little bit more about circuit breaker because I can't talk about it enough. And for those of you who have heard this, I apologize. It is a complicated formula. It's a complicated process that is hard to understand first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth time around. It is how we do it and how it's reimbursed is complicated, as it probably should be because everything at the state is complicated. So I don't know that has to be, but I think it's by choice. So if we just run through the circuit breaker, and I just want to break it down to an individual student. When we hear that circuit breaker is funded by the state, it's 75%. That number is a year-over-year decision by the legislature. It's part of their budget, the state budget process, as to how much funding they're going to provide for circuit breaker. I guess it's not required, but the law is up to 75%. Fortunately, the legislature has been funding 75% for the last several years. They also added transportation costs, which was new a few years ago. Transportation was not covered under circuit breaker. But there have been years that it has been funded lower than 75%. I think at some point not too long ago, it was about 68% funded. So that decision is year over year. It's not something we can say we automatically know it's going to be funded at a level of 75%. And we won't know that until the state budget's passed, which doesn't happen until, I'm hoping soon, but generally can range from anywhere from middle to the end of June. There was 1 year in my career that was into July. I hope that's not the case, but that's how that determination is made as to what that level of funding is going to be. So when we say 75%, let's just play out a hypothetical scenario where we have a student A who is a $100,000 cost, and that's some combination of tuition and transportation costs. Could be all tuition, but there's some combination of those two expenses that make up that $100,000 placement. As you can see from the box, with a $100,000 total cost, we would submit that amount of money in July, this July, if this student was with us this year. In July, we submit our circuit breaker report. The state then goes through that. We do not hear back from them in terms of what the total circuit breaker funding will be based on our submission of FY25 expenses until October of 26. So we don't know if it's going to be 75%, and on top of that, we don't know what we're actually going to receive for reimbursement. We submit all of our expenses that are eligible, and it's misleading. They're eligible expenses if they are tuition, if they're related to the student's instruction, if they're related to any services that the student might be provided outside of the tuition cost, because if there's a service, such additional support services that aren't in the tuition amount, those are charged separately. Those could happen for 3 months of the child's out-district placement within a year. It could happen all year long. It varies all the time. So it's in flux all the time. So the actual tuition amount is a per diem charge when we go through the process for the school year. So we submit those expenses. 75% reimbursement, which is misleading. We do not get 75% reimbursement. The formula is set up so that in this scenario, the department would actually be reimbursing us for circuit breaker of $35,685.75. That reimbursement wouldn't be known to us until October. And the way that the school department smartly has handled circuit breaker is it has spent in arrears. Because there are so many unknowns with how much they're going to fund, what percentage it's going to be at, what the state's going to look at our submission, our file, and say these are the things that we believe qualify. All those are unknown for us. The position we're in right now is we can tell you as we built this budget, we have built it off a number that we know because we have the funds right now because they were distributed to us last year. So we budget in arrears with the knowledge of exactly what the revenue is that we have, and it's not revenue. It is reimbursement. It's reimbursement for expenses that have already been made.
Dr. Hacker, how much time do you need?
2 minutes. Thank you. If that's all right.
Granted.
Thank you. So, should ask permission. I'm just kind of fired up. No. So the circuit breaker reimbursement would be $35,000 on this $100,000 student, meaning that the district responsibility on this student at $100,000 is $64,000. So when we talk about eligible and ineligible costs, I just want to be clear that all the costs are eligible. The whole $100,000 is eligible. We submit it. what actually gets reimbursed is through a calculation that's made. So from the start, the department takes off $52,419. That's the threshold that they set. So if we have a student that costs us $52,419, we're getting zero reimbursement for that student. We carry the entire cost of that student's placement because it hasn't broken the threshold. We're responsible for the first $52,000. After that, we receive a reimbursement of 75% between the difference of the $52,000 threshold and the $100,000 placement, which equals the $35,000. So in effect, circuit breaker on this student is reimbursing us 35% of the cost, not 75% of the cost. And it's a critical, really, distinction to make because those costs that are not covered in circuit breaker have to be somewhere. We have to carry those in our budget. So if we were to use a future year circuit breaker and we spend 2 years worth of circuit breaker in one fiscal year, which I do not understand the logic based on the importance of free cash and having the ability to protect yourself from potential things like losing federal funding. It's the only place we can go as a school department to provide the services our students need if we have unexpected changes within our budget. And we are legally required to provide those services. Everything else is secondary to students making sure that we provide the program that our students need and are required to have. So that's an important point for us. I will leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the Select Board on motion 29.
Thanks for clarifying. It was 29 and not vocational education. So is it not on? Okay. Select Board was unfavorable on the yellow sheet budget by a vote of 4-1. And yeah, I think we'll see more.
FinCom?
Oh, no, this isn't this guy. Where's view? There we go. All right. All right, thank you. If I could get 5 minutes?
Sure.
I had a feeling that more discussion would be had, so just a few slides on the education budget. Number one, again, comparing next year's revenue, projected revenue, versus the request. Again, 87% of all revenue dollars to the education department. But we did our second year of a variance analysis of the FY25 budget. And there's a point here, just bear with me for a minute. So FY25 budget was $66 million. In the spreadsheet, it's 367 lines. And this is data as of the comptroller report of February 28th. So we looked at utilization. So basically, out of all those budget line items, which are overutilized, so spending beyond the budget, which are not utilized at all. So 2 takeaways. 124 budget line items were overspent. So they budgeted for $1, more than $1 was spent. 49 budget line items were not spent at all, 0. So what does that mean? In terms of decision making, and I know that Finance Committee is not instructing anybody on how to spend money. But if you look at, we had 49 line items, 0% spent, that's $138,000. Over 100% spent, it was almost $3.1 million. That means that there's $3 million floating in this budget that gets repurposed just in the FY25 budget. So I don't think it's a reasonable argument to say that if we're legally required to provide services, a decision is not going to be made to provide those services. The budget moves already. Additionally, on reversions, so unfilled positions, unlike the municipal side of the government, does not get reverted to the town, nor any savings. So here's some reversions from the past 3 years. FY24, $36,000, 23, $12,000. These are fractions of a percent. So if you look at the accuracy of the 367 line items, moving $3.1 million through this budget, but then the ending being so laser accurate, our interpretation is there is a degree of slack and flex in this budget. And just for completeness, sharing the enrollment study by the Donahue Institute, our high water mark was in 2019 of 4,610 students. This was the final conclusion of that report. The base scenario in 10 years from now is 16 more students than we have. So we believe that this school system can easily absorb 20, 40, 60 additional kids the way it's set up right now, but the report is suggesting 14 more kids in 10 years. And then circuit breaker. So the main punchline here is that there's $2.4 million of available financing or spending capacity outside the operating budget. Stacy, thank you for these numbers as of, I think it was August or April 12th. So FY25, the town was awarded $2.4 million. That is essentially banked and available. And I'll reiterate in our initial presentation, we support the investment levels, whether it's the superintendent's budget of 5.84% or the school committee budget of 6.46%, through a viable path that maintains unrestricted dollars. And as the superintendent mentioned, the argument for maintaining these accounts in an individual budget line item is the same argument just at the town level. And those unrestricted dollars can be applied anywhere throughout the town. So that's all I had. Thank you very much. I look forward to the questions.
All right, now we're going to hear from the chair of WinPAC as the. Yeah. But we're hearing from boards and committees, and you're the.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity to speak. Good evening to all of you. My name is Shannon Stott, and I am chair of WinPAC, which is Winchester Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, which is a state-mandated special education committee representing the voices of those in the special education community in our town. When we, WinPAC, first read the motion by the Finance Committee related to the school budget, an alarm was raised within our organization. Not only was there alarm and concern over the use of the special education circuit breaker account for the fund, the terminology used in the motion also raised concerns. Quote, in the motion from what I read, clearly separate one-time costs when referring to circuit breaker. To us, this was indicating there was not a true understanding of what the circuit breaker account was used for, because our students are not one-time expenses that come into and need out-of-district placements. They also are continued to be members of our communities that have their supports on a day-to-day basis be funded through the circuit breaker account. So perhaps it was a misstatement, I don't mean to, but I think it's to what Dr. Hackett had just shared. Circuit breaker accounts are very complicated, and the reimbursement process is also complicated. And our students were intimately familiar with a lot of the needs for these students and their reliance on these out-of-district placements as well as transportation costs. These costs are calculated daily on an individual student basis. These students, the Circuit Breaker Fund provides a safety net, ensuring that these students can access the legally defined services that they are allowed. Traditionally, circuit breaker accounts are not touched due to the inability to predict what a district needs will be. Our district is actively writing IEPs currently. We still do not know what services are going to be needed this fall. We talk with these families and know that decisions still remain, and at any point a new student can enter the district. As Dr. Hackett had also mentioned, we don't know yet what the reimbursement rate will be. We will find that out at some point during the summer from DESE. We will also then find out in the fall what reimbursements we will get. So there's so much uncertainty that will be there, and this level can be as low as 25% to as high as 75%. In the past few years, the 75% has been the level, but we have years on record that have been as low as 42%. For those of you that don't know me, I'm a federally funded researcher at Harvard, and I can certainly let you know the pain of having fund levels change overnight. This is why it is very unclear to me how we are using the circuit breaker account funds to be considered as a budgeting plan. I don't have a crystal ball to be able to predict what our needs are going to be in fiscal year 26 or 27, and it's very unclear to me how we can in these times be able to use these funds. It has been mentioned in my discussions, because I've been wanting to understand more, that other districts use circuit breaker accounts. So in my role as a researcher, I wanted to reach out to those districts. I've had conversations with Brookline School Committee members, as well as the Brookline CPAC through our CPAC agency, to understand what exactly was done in Brookline, because that's been an example that's been raised to me recently. One of the things that I will share is that they are in a very different financial situation, but even if we assume that we are in the same financial situation as Brookline, their motion that passed only used 50% of their circuit breaker funds, and in addition to only using 50% circuit breaker funds, they also created a reserve fund of $900,000 for the district to have access to through the town if that depletion of the circuit breaker funds created any challenges for special education. I would be interested to know if FinCom has been thinking about creating some separate block, and why 100% of the funds are being depleted, because from my understanding, that it was close to 100%. So I apologize if I was given misinformation on that. So as I want to close, because I know I have 3 minutes as I go through, and simply, WinPAC is opposed to using 100%, and if that number needs to be, I'm seeing the no's, but from the 2.6 million, we simply overall believe that we should not be funding and solving our financial situation with the budget based on using the circuit breaker accounts. Our special education community, particularly those that are receiving out-of-district placement as well as transportation costs, are the most vulnerable in our district and have gone through a very long journey to be able to get to this point. We, BenPAC, support a full funded budget, and we do not want to have the circuit breaker accounts used for that. So thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the time to speak, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. I'm just going to give FinCom the chance to respond in under 2 minutes.
No problem. Once we get that one slide up. That's right. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this is the exact motion that we passed verbatim that was written down. So with a recommendation, the school committee utilize circuit breaker funds, clearly separate one-time cost, and seek alternative funding. We're suggesting solutions to a budget problem, 3 different solutions, one of which removing the $455,000 into its separate article. So we're proposing solutions. And I will say that we were the only committee, it seems, to be proposing solutions through this process. On April 19th, the Select Board held a meeting between chairs, vice chairs, the superintendent, town manager, and comptroller to just align that we have a problem here and a shared responsibility to deal with this deficit as we head into an override. Nothing changed from that meeting. Through this process, the school committee went from superintendent budget of 5.84% up to 7.15%. I sent a memo out in the beginning of January or early February outlining the issues that were before us through this budget process. So these were solutions presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll turn to town meeting members who want to be part of the debate, starting with Mrs. Brody.
Mr. Moderator, Kathleen Bodie, Precinct 3. I have a comment as well as question to both the Finance Committee and the School Committee. It's my understanding from the Finance Committee hearing just recently that the plan is to use circuit breaker money both from this current year, FY25, as well as some or all of the circuit breaker money for next year. And I appreciate that solution. In fact, I appreciate the Finance Committee has really been working very hard to find solutions so that we can meet the needs of all of our students in the school district. My concern is that, as Dr. Hackett said, a circuit breaker is very complex. It's complex in formulation, it's complex in the fact that you don't know from year to year what the circuit breaker percentage will be. There's been variability of transportation percentages, there's variability with number of students. So it's complex, and we don't need to get into the complexity as much as understanding that if we use funds that have not even been determined yet, next year, it poses a serious problem for the FY27 budget for the school department. I understand that we are looking for an override for the operating budget next year, possibly even for capital. But what if that does not pass? What will that mean for the school budget in FY27 if we use 2 years of circuit breaker money? So my question to the Finance Committee is, first of all, is that accurate? That the current plan, it may have changed since the hearing, is to use some or all of next year's yet to be determined circuit breaker money? And if that is, what is that number? I have looked, I can't find what that particular number is. And then the second question, and this question is both for the Finance Committee and School Committee, what are your thoughts on this issue of risk that we would be facing as a community should we, when we're looking at FY27 with respect to the school department budget? Thank you.
Thank you. To the Finance Committee.
And thank you for the question. I remember chatting at one of our hearings about this exact topic, and we've never recommended utilizing all circuit breaker money. We recommended thinking about it to actually solve this budget issue. We were thinking something along the lines of 50%, and that's the FY25 number, the $2.4 million that are banked. So we are not recommending at all to utilize every dollar. We were looking for a solution to talk through how we get through the next stage in time. And as we discussed, I know the State of the Town Committee is already set up. That would be a factor across all the issues for the town. We have a structural deficit, major underinvestment in capital, additional needs for literacy that are coming, so putting that into that committee as a piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, Finance Committee.
Oh, do you want to speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you to the town meeting members. I appreciate the question, especially coming from a former long-time serving superintendent of schools. The gap right now is 1.7 million. The current circuit breaker amount that we are using in this fiscal year is 2.4. So if we were to fill the entire gap using circuit breaker, then we'd be using $1.7 million of next year's reimbursement, which we don't know yet, but let's just say it's 2.4. With the remainder of that amount of money that's not covered would be in the operating budget. To the speaker's question, we can do it, but we are then in a structural deficit of $1.7 million going into FY27. So in all transparency, and I just want to make sure town meeting understands this, the vote that you're taking tonight on the percentage increase of the budget is a percentage increase on the budget. The vote that you're taking isn't to direct the superintendent and the school committee as to how to fund that difference. So the next step, if you were to vote the recommended 3.87% FinCom budget, the next step would be that the school committee would have to call a meeting, likely an emergency meeting, and make determinations as to how it was going to cover that $1.7 million gap. And I can tell you, if they do ask, and I think they might, there is no way that I'm going to recommend that we cover $1.7 million at a 2.4 unknown circuit breaker coming in FY26, given the fact that if we're dependent on an override, we don't know what the results of that's going to be. If that were not to pass, because the first part of that override will be $1.7 million coming back in the school department budget that does nothing other than refunds it. It's going to be like putting a furnace in your basement. No one can tell it's there. So just structurally, we would have to cover that gap because we'd be in that deficit long term. So the recommendation to the school committee would likely include some combination of reductions, along with some combination of likely using circuit breaker money for the following year. Thank you.
Ms. Von Mering?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, Finance Committee, for bringing this before us. I think some here may say that I might be the most critical person of the public schools in the last 6 years. I, like many of you here, have a lot of feelings about what has happened at the expense of our children. It frankly just is not right on so many levels. When I met with Dr. Hackett after the infamous Globe article, he did not run and hide. And what may shock some of you, a politician or a political person in our government actually apologized. As I try to teach my children, we all make mistakes, but it is what we do with those mistakes that define us. Since June, when the death came to light, thank you to the many teachers in this room for speaking up in time of great fear of retaliation. He showed true to his word. He did not run and hide, nor did he quit. The lack of evidence-based literacy instruction that we talked about is just a symptom of a much deeper systemic issue in our district. What I see from my perspective today is a district that is trying to get us back on track, asking town meeting to help them begin to address those deep systematic issues with a 5-year plan. It is perfect? Oh, no. Am I still very critical? Oh, you betcha. But it takes all parties, the district, the staff, the teachers, the students, the families, the community, and at this very moment, most importantly, town meeting to keep them on track and not delay like we did with literacy. I did the deep dive on the circuit breaker. I have researched why different communities took this approach, but I also looked into the ramifications of those communities' public education system as a result. I also did the deep dive on our free cash, status of our historic accounts, historical data, spoke to our comptroller, thank you Stacy Ward, especially about our AAA bond rating. I checked every line of our school's budget with a microscope, thank you Andrew Marin, Director of Finance and Operations, for putting up with me. I am not doing this blindly, on a whim, and I am truly looking at a big picture for what I believe is the best option for our whole community. In response, I will not support asking the district nor recommending to them to use circuit breaker to make fiscal year 26 budget. I have seen firsthand what skimping and pushing and pulling on special education funding has done to the children of our community and in each of our precincts. Using circuit breaker, we have not seen that it will actually impact our AAA bond rating, perpetuates the systemic issues that the district is trying desperately to fix. Using circuit breaker in the manner suggested may be a great theory on paper, but in practice and in the real world, the districts who have taken this path, it has had life impacts on children, and I never want that at my hands. I believe the best way forward for town meeting currently is to fund the schools and the full amount they requested, so as a community we can begin the process of rebuilding our schools' foundations and maintain the security of our circuit breaker for our public schools. With that, I am counting on the Select Board's commitment they have made to us and to our community to look at all the needs of our community, from the schools, departments, fire, police, town hall, boards and committees, and capital needs, and come back with a financial plan. If to achieve these goals hereafter is a need to ask the voters to raise their taxes, then thankfully those decisions of the fate of our community's children will no longer land on the shoulders of this body, as it does at this moment, but that it will be at the will of the voters of our whole community. But today it lies with all of town meeting, and it is my belief the best decision currently for our entire community is the following. I move to amend the motion before us so that $70,415,718 is appropriated for Department 3110 Education, with $1,711,639 from special funding source free cash. Please join me in using my voice. I just got it back to be with you and to vote and to support this motion to amend.
Can you give it to us? Is there any debate on the motion? Mr. Vanalia?
Thank you very much. Brian Vernalia, Precinct 4. I have a sort of a unique perspective, having been on FinCom for 8 years and on the school committee for 3 years. And I'm able to see both sides of this issue. FinCom is dutifully looking for money that can be used to help balance the budget. It's commendable, and I hope they continue. At the same time, school committee is correct that the proper use of these funds is the way they are using them. And budgeting without knowing how much you'll be reimbursed is a major risk. So we're in a quandary. What do we do? Thankfully, we've heard tonight, we have sufficient free cash on hand to balance the budget without endangering our AAA bond rating. Also, the select board is starting the state of the town and the facts committees to culminate in a recommendation of if and how much an override should be asked for this coming March. We must retain our circuit breaker reserves as long as we can. We get one chance to use this break glass in case of emergency funding. We shouldn't break until we have that emergency. At this time next year, we'll know where that landed if an override was successful. At that time, it might be necessary, but not today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mrs. Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Carol Savage, Precinct 5. I do not support the motion to go to the full amount of the school budget, regrettably, because we are living in the most uncertain economic times of my lifetime. I cannot believe what is happening at the national level, and we don't know how it will affect us here as individuals or as a community. We might have a serious need for free cash. I believe the Finance Committee has made very creative analyses and suggestions about how we might solve our budget issues this year. I have much respect for what you went through. And I would be open, I thought I would be open for using up to half of that circuit breaker money if need be, because of the circumstances we find us in. But I do believe that the WinPAC made some excellent points, and I would prefer we not touch the circuit breaker if needed. That said, I think this town meeting needs to think carefully about what our actions say to the voters and taxpayers as we are on the verge of having to plan another very significant override that is critically needed. We need to pass an override. That's more important than how big this year's budget should be. We are going to need to pass a serious override. And what we do and how we debate this topic sends a message to the community about how we feel about spending their tax dollars. So while I would love to be able to fund the full amount of this budget, I don't support this amendment. I do think we should consider going to the level services amount of the school department budget. I think we could responsibly look at taxpayers and say, yes, we'd rather not touch the free cash, but it is level services, and we should try to strive to fund level services. We should have passed an override last year, so we are not in this boat, but hopefully we can make an argument to pass an override this coming year, and we should not be dipping into free cash to fund new hires until we've had a strategic discussion with this community about what the level of funding is needed across the board, not just in the schools, but in so many other places. And I know the Morocco parents are looking for a renovation of their school as well. So I think I've said my piece. Don't support this amendment. I would support an amendment that brings us to level services.
Thank you. I'm just going to restate the motion. We already have a second, and then we'll hear from the boards and committees on the amendment. It is moved and seconded that $70,415,718 is appropriated for Department 1330 Education. 3110 education with $1,711,639 coming from special funding source free cash. Can we hear from Finance Committee for the recommendation? This is their article.
The Finance Committee voted unfavorable action for the points that were made, and Ms. Savage, we agree with a lot of those points as well. And just as we mentioned on the municipal side of the government, there were no new FTEs. Thank you.
Select Board?
Select Board's vote was not unanimous, but it was in favor of the amendment.
Thank you. School Committee?
The school committee would recommend unanimously favorable action on the motion to amend to 6.46%.
Thank you. Ms. Simboli, on the amendment?
Dorothy Simboli, Precinct 6. I am not in favor of the amendment. I think that this last year, this current fiscal year, we're looking at some extraordinary increases in expenses. If you watch Dr. Hackett's various meetings, he spoke about the 34% increase in SPED transport. That's money that specifically is for SPED. I think it would be a good time to use circuit breaker to cover some of that, because that is a huge amount. I'd love for him to comment on that. I also am not in favor because it seems that every year school starts with level services budget for the prior year. So that means that in fiscal year 27, level services budget is going to be at this higher number. And we don't have a line-by-line item of how the schools spend the money. And we have watched other departments in this town make cuts, and we consistently fund the schools, and money is never turned back from the schools. And I'm not saying that the schools shouldn't spend the money, and I'm not telling them how, but I do think the taxpayers have a right, if we are increasing way above our current revenue increase, they have a right to know, where is this money being spent, how is it being spent, and why is there $3 million afloat in the budget year after year that does not get reconciled and reported back on? So I am not in favor of the amendment. I am in favor of the original article as proposed.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bill Swanton from Precinct 5. I have a question, and then I'd like to speak to the amendment. I have a question of how have we in the past spent the money in this circuit breaker account? And what's the process for identifying what to spend it on and the decision being made to spend it, and who makes that decision?
Through the chair to Dr. Hackett.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Through you to the town meeting, thank you for the question. So the circuit breaker money is very specific to tuition, out-of-district tuition for students, or costs related out-of-district. It cannot be spent for any other reason at all. So there really isn't much of a decision to make. It's really essentially serves as an offset to what our actual costs are for out-of-district placements and tuition, and it's because it's not the full amount. So we use the full amount to fund those costs. What the school committee has done, again, smartly, is they have spent those in arrears. So because we don't know what next year's circuit breaker is going to be to all this discussion, we're not counting on that to fund FY26. We're counting on the money that we have on hand, which is a reimbursement for last year's special education. There's a 1-year lag in circuit breaker reimbursement.
Excuse me. To clarify that through you, Ms. Moderator, so you are basically offsetting part of the SPED expenses in each year's budget with money from the circuit breaker fund. Is that
specifically special education expenses related to out-of-district placement? We have a whole in-district programs. We have special education teaching. Just that portion.
Okay.
Yes.
And obviously, there's far more expense every year than the amount of money in the circuit breaker.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And again, just to be clear, if the decision as to how to revenue is not a decision of the body, it's the expenditure. So the vote on the bottom line, if it were to go in a different direction, then the committee would have to come up with how to fund that difference. And So it's not automatic that whatever gets voted, it would be funding that way.
On the motion then, I would respectively recommend to the town meeting that we stick with the Finance Committee's recommended budget and hope that, you know, the schools can see some of the same pain in terms of having to go into reserve funds in order to finance this year's budget because we have a structural deficit. And that should get everyone much more motivated to get an override passed next year.
Thank you. I just want to be conscious of the time. It's 8:30. There's a lot of people lined up to speak on this, but the Girl Scouts are outside waiting to make a couple dollars on all of us. So I'd like everybody to just get back in line in about 15 minutes so that they can go home and do their homework. Is that okay? We're in recess. 8:45.
Good evening, Winchester. My name's Heather Von Mering, and I'm going to be filling in for Alan this evening. We are on night 3 of town meeting. We are in the first half, and town meeting is just breaking. Today, we took up, started off with Article 28. Article 28 was for an appropriation of $450,000 to be appropriated for the early literacy pilot program. We heard from the sponsor, Mr. Michael Betancourt. He is the citizen petition sponsor for the article and also a member of the select board. He noted that it is a one-time funding source for an early pilot program for early literacy. It is a budget item, and it will likely, the financial piece for full pilot, not a pilot program, but the full program itself, will be back next year with asking for more money for the operating budget. FinCom supported this article, completely favorable. The Select Board as well, unanimous, and the school committee. The town meeting debated this for a little bit of time. There are a lot of questions around the culture in the school, a lot of people saying that it was long overdue. There were some questions to the proponent, Mr. Betancourt, worried that this is a one-time funding source and that the issue is not a one-time issue. However, Mr. Betancourt noted that he was worried that it would be cut from the school's budget and wanted to make sure that there was focused funding for it. With that, there was a little bit more conversation back between town meeting members with questions to the school committee and Mr. Betancourt, and the motion passed in the end. Then we moved onward to Article 22. Article 22 is really what everyone in town meeting likes to call the yellow sheet. On the yellow sheet, it is all the appropriations for the funding for our operating budget for town. Under Article 22, we started with the general government. General government category includes such as the town manager, the finance committee, engineering, building and zoning department, conservation commission, the planning board and their staff, town clerk. And that motion was supported unanimous by the select board, and it passed unanimous from town meeting. We then moved to culture and recreation, though that category includes the library, archival, and the historical commission. That passed and was supported unanimously as well by the select board. Moving on to the health and social services category, that includes the Board of Health, the Council on Aging, and Veteran Services. That was supported unanimous by the select board. And obviously, FinCom is the one who's bringing forward the yellow sheet. They supported it unanimous as well, and that passed as well. And then we moved onward to the public safety. That includes the police department and fire department and weights and measures. With that passed as well, unanimous from town meeting, and also was supported by the select board. Then we went to the Public Works. That's the Department of Public Works, also referred to as the DPW in town, and also the snow and ice budget for the Department of Public Works. Both of those motions passed unanimously. Moving on, at the time of the break, we were on the education budget. The education budget has two categories. We focused just on education for Winchester Public Schools. Was a presentation from the Finance Committee talking about the expenses and that the municipal is asking for 18% of the revenue and the schools are asking for 87% of the town's revenue. At this time, they are not seeing that we are able to achieve a balanced budget using just the revenue, and that our expense, also 2 points they really wanted to drive home was that our expenses are exceeding our revenue intake and that our capital is significantly underfunded to keep up with maintaining it. There are multiple options that they looked into, including increasing the revenue, and they ended pretty much is capital is essentially put to the side, quote, to fund operating. And so there's a big concern voiced by FinCom this evening that capital is a concern for our town. Town meeting began the debate with recommendations from the school committee, and Dr. Hackett gave a presentation as well about what the circuit breaker is. At this time, FinCom is recommending that the school committee tap into a circuit breaker fund. It's pretty complicated of how it is used and how we receive it to compensate for the shortcoming of the budget. It is about a $1.7 million shortcomings for our schools, and FinCom is recommending that the school committee look into using the circuit breaker. The Select Board voted unfavorable on the motion presented by FinCom that underfunded the school's request by the $1.7 million, 4-1. The school committee obviously does not support underfunding the schools. And we also heard uniquely tonight from WinPAC. WinPAC is Winchester's Parent Advisory Committee for Special Education, Families, and Students in our community, and they also recommended unfavorable. They noted that using the circuit breaker is not in the best interest of the students of Winchester. Then we went into debate of the town meeting, which is where we ended. Right before that, though, there was a motion to amend on the floor of town meeting by a town meeting member, noting that they were not ready that we are not in a place where we need to get circuit breaker funding, tap into that early, and that it's really in the best interest, they felt, of our community, and made the motion to amend the budget to $70,415,718 with $1,711,639 from free cash. And we broke at that point where town meeting was debating it to take a little break, and we'll get back to that when we return and continue to debate that. For those who are not in the room with us, we do have a bunch of the union members. The teachers are in attendance this evening with FinCom, along with a lot of our youth. Thank you as well for joining us from home, and we'll continue with an update at the end of town meeting.
Will come to order. I see a lot of people are lining up. I just want to remind all the speakers that if you have something new to say, please come to the microphone. If you are going to repeat another point somebody else has made, then perhaps you don't have to speak on this item. We're getting late into the night. We want to move on to through these budget items. So we're going to hear a few more speakers. And again, please, if it's something new, we'll hear it. Otherwise, please sit down and get ready for the vote. Sir, can you state your name and precinct?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeff Dean, Precinct 2. I think we're all here because we care deeply about this town. Education is a core part of that. There are things that and I think they need to be looked in the greater bounds of the entire budget and the health of the organization. What we're struggling with is what feels like the right thing, what we think or analyze is the right thing, and then what actually is the right thing. And I rise right now, it's representing Precinct 2, in opposition of the amended motion, in support of the original motion, because I think it does a couple of things. I think it maps the growth in budget dollars to the actual funding sources that are available and the needs. I think it's important to realize that there are multiple millions of dollars that have moved around within the school committee budget in 18 years, which is a short time for some, but maybe longer than others. This has been a constant thing where those dollars do exist. We're not telling, as a body, what the school committee, how they should spend their money, but what their budgetary envelope is. I think many of us are dealing with qualitative issues in the school and the things that feel like they should be improved. And I know from personal life and experience and long time in this body that spending more money doesn't necessarily solve problems. I think there's enough dollars in this budget, which is funded at twice the budgetary growth rate that we have, and I would encourage everyone to think about the impact on other students and think about the Morocco project and the importance of maintaining a debt structure that allows us to fulfill that promise and then invest in the capital in the schools and in the programs and in the teachers that we so desperately need. So I know there's lots and lots of program and development dollars. I know there's lots of materials. We just funded that in another article. I think there's budget dollars available here, and I don't support the amendment, but I do support the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and precinct, please.
Josh Bears, Precinct 7. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I have a question to I think it's the school superintendent, specifically around, so the circuit breaker funds, as I understand it, sort of the government has the like a insurance policy, and basically there's a deductible is kind of how I understood it, and they pay once you hit that deductible per student. But like anything that gets reimbursed, you must have a budget for what is the SPED fraction or whatever that part of SPED that goes towards these circuit breaker out of district expenses. What is the line item for that for each year for like this new budget?
Dr. Hackett.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. For you to the question, could you? I'm not sure I entirely understand your question. Are you asking what do we carry for money in the operating budget to fund the difference between what we receive in circuit breaker?
No, because you're saying that you can't depend on circuit breaker, so you have to have a budget that covers your whole year until you get the reimbursement. What's the budget for that specific amount of funds that you need to cover?
So we are anticipating next year, we are carrying, in the operating budget FY26, we're carrying $3.5 million, which would be above and beyond the circuit breaker amount that we're counting on, which is the current, which is what we know is a $2.4 million. So we know we have $2.4 million in circuit breaker. We're carrying the difference of 3.5 for tuition and transportation.
Thank you very much. I think my understanding is then that, there's about $1 million extra between what we have and what we'll need to spend. And yeah, I appreciate the information. I think I'll just say that given other things that are going on and other budgets that go to the school, I am a proponent of the original school budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Maura Sullivan, Precinct 1. We're not debating, again, the funding source for this. We have two numbers before us. We have the FinCom's number of 3.87 and the school's request of 6.46, which is just a little bit above level service. As Dr. Hackett said twice now, if we don't fund the schools at the level that they have been asking us for, there will be consequences. And I don't want to see pain. I don't want to, have the kids feel the pain, as one speaker said. I want to give the schools what they need. We can afford to do it. And that number is tied and has been presented, case has been made, whereas the Finance Committee's number is not tied to anything related to what the schools, it's tied to their own revenue growth number. So I urge town meeting to really think about this hard and to support the motion to amend. Thank you.
Ms. Zaremba?
Hi, Stephanie Zaremba, Precinct 2. I want to recognize what the Finance Committee has said in terms of the need to seek alternate sources and acknowledge that we've talked a lot about circuit breaker. You're not saying to circuit breaker. I think we've established that well. And the point that's been made that the school, we somehow manage to be exactly on budget every year, right? We're moving millions of dollars around every year to cover what's needed, as points have been made a couple times before. So as a current Morocco parent, I wanted to share, a lot of us have kids in the schools, but a lot of us at this point don't. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of context of what's actually happening for kids so you really understand, if you vote against this amended motion, the kinds of things that continue to happen in the schools. And I'm not talking about Morocco renovation. I really support that, but this is so far beyond that. So we've heard there's no math curriculum, no math specialists in our schools right now. In my child's classroom of 20 children, they have a stool for when they're fidgety. They have one stool. 20 kids share one stool. They don't have gym class equipment. They don't learn sports. They've learned about 15 variations of tag. My daughter's influential writing project for 3rd grade was, I would like to learn a sport in gym class. I'm kind of getting sick of playing tag. In addition to that, there was a recent, I think an informal survey of teachers, and I think they said that they are spending on average $500 of their own money a year on furniture in their classrooms, and on top of that, another $350 a year on classroom supplies. So, yes, we're living in very unpredictable times. Yes, everything is exceeding, cost-wise, the 2.5% growth rate we're limited in terms of our tax base. But the one group of people who has the least to do with that and will suffer the most are our children. What I'm describing, this isn't the promise of Winchester schools. This isn't what people move here for, this education system. We benefit, all of us benefit, if you own property here, from the increased property values that come because people want to come here because of our schools. I gave a lot of anecdotal examples, but also look at our per pupil spending. It's far below the median average of all of Massachusetts. I'm not talking peer communities, I'm talking all of Massachusetts. We have a huge problem. This is as severe as our capital expenditures. We haven't, frankly, been putting a ton of attention on this year after year the way we have with capital. We have to start fixing our school funding, and it has to start now. The kids are suffering. So begging you, please vote for the amended motion.
Thank you. Mrs. Blackwell?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Megan Blackwell, Precinct 7. A question through you to superintendent or school committee. Isn't there a special education reserve fund? And if so, how much remains in that fund?
Dr. Hackett?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. To answer the question, there is a special ed reserve account. We did go to the select board to request funds from that account for this year due to unexpected, unanticipated expenses, primarily additional tuition funding of some student move-in, as well as transportation, contract, unanticipated increase for that. So I believe the balance is, Stacy could check it, but I think we're around 107,000 or so remaining in that. After she knows the numbers. It's apparently 206,000, so it's double what I said. So don't use my number.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Poptak.
Hi, Amy Poftak, Precinct 3. I support the motion to amend and to fully funding the school's requested budget and doing so without using circuit breaker funds. This budget request is not about extras. It's about preserving core services, investing in things that every school should have already, math intervention, appropriate staffing, functioning multi-tier system of support. These are foundational needs, not nice to haves, and we should be funding them. And I think relying on the circuit breaker funds to close the gap is not best practice. It's risky given how unpredictable special education expenses are, and it's not necessary. We have enough free cash so that we're not jeopardizing our AAA bond rating. So yes to fully funding the schools, and yes to using the right tool to do it. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jared Cumming, Precinct 4. I rise in opposition to the motion as amended and in support of the original motion. There are lots of challenges in our schools, and it is striking that it costs $70 million just to turn the lights on at the beginning of the school year. It used to cost $40 10 years ago, and the number of students hasn't changed. So the school budget annually in town has gone up by 55% over 10 years, and we can't buy stools for that poor woman's child? That's because of the decisions that are made on how the money is spent, not the money that is being spent. The money has gone up a lot. And if you take into account 10 years of town budget, it's $500 million. That's B, billion. If you take into account the numbers from the DESE website that take into account all of the benefits as well, which are not included in this budget, it's $750 million over the past 10 years. And the fact that we have troubles and a literacy crisis, somebody mentioned a foundation that's crumbling, how do you spend that on a level number of students and have problems? It's decisions that are made on how to allocate the dollars. And we have to demand more accountability. It was interesting that the school committee shared their presentation, and we appreciate their transparency from night one. In the speaker notes on slide 8, it says, and I quote, "There is also an over-focus on academics in regular education and a lack of focus on social, emotional, and behavioral skills." Yes, both are important. But it is striking to see speaker notes in a school committee presentation that says there's an over-focus on academics in regular education. I suggest we ask ourselves, what is all of this extra money going to? How are the decisions being made? I strongly encourage town meeting to do what's right for the children, our most precious resource. With all due respect to the capital budget, it's our children who are the most precious resource. And we have spent $500 million, $750 million in 10 years with declining scores, declining results, declining output of success. And what's the solution? Don't grade anymore. Get rid of standardized testing. These are decisions that are being made on how the money's being allocated. I strongly encourage not supporting the motion as amended, support the original motion, ask for accountability in decision making and how our students are being educated. There is plenty of money for what's necessary. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to hear from 4 more speakers. We all have the opportunity to speak on the main motion no matter what happens to this amendment. So 4 more speakers. Yep. Stacey Ward, Town Comptroller.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify the SPED reserve. The select board did vote in conjunction with the school committee to use about 364,000 of it, and so far they've encumbered a bunch of that, and there's 135 left that's available. So there's stuff that's encumbered, meaning that it's committed, and there's stuff that hasn't been encumbered yet, but that has been voted to be used. So I just wanted to clarify that. It's not 206. It's actually 135 available. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Hi, Liz Schreiber, Precinct 7. I don't feel like I can vote accurately on the amendment or the original motion without understanding a little bit more what the implications of that decision would be on the services that our kids are able to receive for next year. So if we voted the original motion, what types of things are on the chopping block? Because I know it's not special education services, because most of those are mandated and we don't have a choice. And there's a huge percentage of the school budget that we don't actually have any flexibility on. So can I get a little more information on the types of things that might be affected?
Dr. Hackett? Does anybody know the Celtics score? How much time?
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. So that's a difficult question to answer. The task at hand would be that we would have a $1.7 million difference between FinCom's number and what the school committee has voted for a number. So we would be on the hunt for $1.7 million, which would be some combination of potentially using circuit breaker as suggested, some portion of, which I would I would be recommending a very cautious approach to that because of the unknowns that we might be facing in FY27, and then reductions. And I think, standing here right now, I think everything is on the table. I mean, whenever I've had to make reductions to a budget, we start as far away from the classroom as possible. But we're talking about trying to add math interventionists to support our students. So then we'd have to have a conversation about, do we still add those and cut somewhere else? So it would have to be, we'd have to go through and really vet out a recommendation, and it would not be in one night meeting. It would take us some time to identify, and we're running out of time. Because if we were actually going to cut positions, for example, positions that exist, then we have some notification requirements that we would have to meet. And I'm not suggesting to all my colleagues in the back of the row with red shirts on, but I just want to be clear that there's, as much as the speaker prior to talked about how much we're overspending, and yet we still are in the bottom 30% of all per pupil expenditures in the state. So I have a hard time reconciling the waste of money when we look at again, bottom of the 30% in the state. That's 320 plus school systems. We're not talking about our comparable groups. So there's not a lot of places to go for reductions that at some point don't start affecting classroom.
And is it likely to be things like increasing sport charges to parents and things like that would increase revenue?
Everything would be on the table. I mean, revenue for increase in fees it would take an awful lot to get to 1.7 million. Yeah. It would likely be both that side and also reduction of athletic programs, reduction of co-curricular programs, reduction of things that our kids participate in and value. And we do the best we can to stay away from the classroom with reductions.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mrs. DeLeo.
Susan DeLeo, Precinct 5. I have 3 questions, 2 for FinCom.
One question.
Okay. It might have multiple parts, Mr. Moderator.
The chair might not find that favorable.
Fair enough. All right, here we go. So through you, Mr. Moderator, to FinCom. If we use circuit breaker funds, and then the funding levels from DESE that come out sometime between June and July are not as high as they are now, would there be anything preventing us from then reconvening as town meeting in a special meeting or voting in the fall to refund the circuit breaker through free cash? Whatever whatever is not funded by DESE that we're thinking they're going to fund, can we make sure that we resupply that within an appropriate amount of time? And then
Thank you. We'll take the question.
Thank you. I'd say broadly, yes, town meeting has that ability in November to appropriate additional funds. Town meeting appropriated over $3 million in fall town meeting of last year. And November is only 5 months into the budget cycle. So if something happens or an additional shortfall comes, town meeting has the authority and ability to do that.
Thank you. Dr. Zawicki, I'm glad you're conferring with your neighbors.
Hi, Taylor Timoth, Precinct 6. And so I'm hearing a lot of discussion around, like, let's save this extra money in case something bad happens. And I'm feeling very confused about the 111-page report that was published last spring. We've already read about the bad things happening in our district. And so I'm very much in favor of this motion to amend. And I think when we talk about being in the bottom third in the Commonwealth, the bottom fifth compared to our peer communities, if you also read the report, 39% of parents are paying for private tutors. Stephanie talked about $500, $300. Our teachers are paying privately as well. And what that means is that your children get a lottery of, is their teacher able to spend more? Do you have the additional funds to pay for tutoring? Do you have the social capital to know that we are not cutting it, that we are still, I know there's a pilot, we're still using outdated reading methods. And so I'm feeling very confused about this idea of let's be careful in case something comes down the pipe. Like, it's here. And we are already failing so many of our students who don't have the resources to do what a lot of us can and will continue to do, which is supplement what's going on here. And so it may be a point of pride, and we see in the school committee deck, oh, we do so much with so little. But we are doing far less than most of our peer communities. And when we think about the additional spend, every time that we delay this, that's more kids who are going to fall behind, who are going to need more intervention. They're going to fall into these different tiers. We're maybe going to pay $100K for them to go to school somewhere else. And we're paying for the fact that we've been using these outdated methods for so long. So I don't think that incurring additional spend is going to do us any favors. And I'm curious to understand from the select board, it sounds like it was a mixed vote. And so I would love if the select board members could tell us where they landed so we understand some of the implications that they may also have visibility into, that we have visibility into the report. And I found it very motivational and very activating. But I want to understand what else the select board knows and why so many of them think that this motion is so important. The motion to amend is so critical.
To the select board.
Well, I'd like to hear what those in favor of the motion to amend, why they're in favor of it. That wasn't me.
It's a little
Anthea Brady.
Anthea Brady, Select Board, so Rochambeau at the front. So the amendment, the motion to amend covers the 2.5 FTE math specialists, as well as the 2.0 FTE staffing for the middle school. In terms of the math specialists, at the elementary level, we have one elementary district coordinator for math. We're moving towards having a progress monitoring system, which will allow us to assess students in math, record their progress, and identify who is progressing, who is not progressing, and who needs additional supports. At this point, it relies on individual teachers across the K-5 classrooms, across 5 different schools, so that's 65, 75 teachers individually to assess students who need interventions in math and to provide those supports. In progress monitoring, which is kind of what we're talking about in literacy and in the MTSS system, you're saying effectively 75% of students are getting it, and 25% are going to need additional supports, and a smaller percentage of that are going to need further supports beyond that. So if you look at our elementary students, of which we have about 1,859 coming into next year, it's 465 kids who are going to need some level of intervention at math. Right now there's one district coordinator who is not doing individual work with students. So that 0.5 FTE will allow someone to be able to work with kids in those classrooms at the 5 different elementary schools to support their math needs. From a middle school perspective, the middle school, as Dr. Hackett has already said, I don't know how much I need to repeat, but the middle school has their schedule 1 to 7 every day, and they're sharing instructors with elementary schools, so they're very
inflexible in what they can and can't do at the middle school level and how the classes work. And as many of you know, your day changes from time to time. At the elementary level, the kids are having different programs at different time. At the high school level, kids are rotating their schedules. And at the middle school level, essentially, if you're late Monday through Friday by 5 or 10 minutes, you've missed one class period over the course of the week. So these are sort of critical things that are coming to the top of the school's budget from a very perfunctory standpoint. And as a whole, I think the members of the select board also are thinking of this is an investment we need to make now so that it's not down the road us having 465 kids in math who are going to need additional supports that are going to cost for their money. Anything you'd like to add?
I think Ms. Brady just did a fantastic job of giving you a lot of those details. I looked at it at a higher level, in a sense. I am afraid that this town has a habit of being penny wise and pound foolish. We've heard criticisms from the Finance Committee that we don't put enough money into our capital stabilization and resources of that nature. I see the schools the same way. The issues that we're seeing developing now with the math interventionists and why we need them, that's what happened with literacy 5 or so years ago. But because we didn't deal with it right away, it's become a more expensive problem for us to handle now. The same thing will happen with math. The same thing will happen with the other staffing issues we're trying to tackle as well. There is smart spending that needs to be done. Putting an investment in now is going to save us time, save us money, save us strife down the road. I don't think that there's any way else around that. Yes, we might be able to save a couple bucks today, but we're going to have to spend 10 times that next year or the year after to make up for these deficiencies. So I'm all for investing in the schools. I'm all for doing it smartly. I think that they stretch every single dollar that they get, and that's why there are no reversions. I think that they're doing a lot with far too little, and this is a step to put them on the right track to get them where they need to be, so we can do it in a way that is way more affordable if we get ahead of the problem than letting the problem steer us down the road. And that was why I was in favor of this amendment. And I'll note that there were 4 of us who voted in favor. It was Ms. Brady, it was myself, Mr. Bayani, and Mr. Betancourt were all in favor of this amendment and giving the schools not just what they need, what they deserve. And honestly, I think they deserve a lot more. So.
All right, last on the question, and then we're going to proceed to the vote on the amendment. We're still going to have discussion on the motion as a whole, but I want to dispense with this vote first.
Shannon Scott Fernalia, Precinct 4. I moved to this town 22 years ago, largely because this is where I wanted to educate my children. And after 26 student years, I will say they have both successfully launched to college, thanks to many of the folks in red back there. I stand right now, though, as a pediatrician at Mass General who takes care of children across the Boston area and children from Winchester. I don't think enough has been said in support of this amendment around the social emotional needs of our children. It has been well documented, the arguments for the math specialists, but in times of uncertainty, like our very first speaker or second speaker brought up, we, the adults, should be bearing that uncertainty. Uncertainty for children in a time when there's already a mental health crisis and our country is amidst tons of uncertainty. Our kids come to school and they need to have certainty. Over the last few years, we've invested in the social emotional health of our children through our schools and through programs in the schools. And we need to fully support the school budget. We elected the school committee who hired the superintendent to make informed decisions on our behalf, to get up and then second guess their decisions when they really are thinking about our children's education and their support across their wholeness, not just what their grades are, whether they're graded or they're not graded, whether it's math or whether it's literacy. We need to kind of support our children, have them wake up and know that the adults in this town care about their schools and care about their well-being. And voting yes on this amendment and then voting for it is the way that we can do that. Thank you.
All right. 1 minute, the select board member vote to talk about the finance committee.
I think we're going to take the vote first, and then you can. It is moved and seconded to amend the Finance Committee budget to, on line 29, to appropriate $70,415,718 for Department 3110 Education, with $1,711,000 $1,639 from special funding source free cash. We're going to use our clickers. Hopefully they still work. Let's open the time for 30 seconds. Sure. Okay, begin. This is the amendment, the Heather Von Mering amendment. No. What's the score of the game? You have to stand up. Okay, 102 votes in the affirmative. The motion passes. The amendment passes. So the. Yep. Just making sure everybody's vote counted. Total, it's a, yep. Okay. So now I'll read the new motion. The new motion 29. It is moved and seconded that $70,415,718 is appropriated for Department 3110 Education, with $1,711,639 from special funding source free cash. We open it up for debate.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Karen Conley, Precinct 3. I'm very pleased that that amendment passed. I'm not speaking in support of it since it's already passed, but I was going to speak in support of the concept for those of you who are uncomfortable with using free cash and feeling that we aren't being fiscally sound. I would remind you, as somebody who is a certified old person and who's lived in this town for 30 plus years, that there was a time when we did not fully fund our school budget to what was requested, and we laid off all of our elementary school librarians. It took 8 years to get them back. There was a time when we didn't fully fund, and in fact, the school department was facing the prospect of laying off so many teachers. They turned to the town's education foundation, WFEE, of which I was the executive director for a number of years, and requested private money be raised to pay teacher salaries. Winchester did that for 2 years. We raised nearly $1 million. We also were asked, we being WFEE, to fund technology. When the school department was unable to get enough money to bring technology to the public schools, we raised over $800,000 in private money. I just speak to that to say to this town, the money that we spend on our school system is the best investment we can make in this community. It is why people move here. It is what our children deserve. It is what our teachers deserve. And I'm delighted that this amendment passed, and I hope that we can pass the full budget with even more votes, because this money that we're using is a bridge. You've already heard from your school committee and your select board that they are planning on how do we deal with structural deficits. That is an issue. We can't take $1.5 million, $1.7 million every year from free cash, and I totally understand that. But we as a town now understand that, and we're making a plan. So just as the Promise Fund was a bridge, let this money be a bridge, and let us make a plan that is sustainable, that public funds can pay for public education.
Thank you. Is there anything new, or are we ready for the question? Okay, I'm getting the sense that town meeting is ready for the question. It's already been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. The motion passes. We move on to motion 30. It is moved and seconded that $340,000 is appropriated to the account 3610 vocational ed. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. That brings us to the undistributed category. I'm going to group motions 31 through 40 together. It is moved and seconded that $28,912,845 is appropriated for undistributed, as written on the yellow sheet, of which $379,000 is appropriated from the Health Insurance Stabilization Fund. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed, nay?
Mr. Moderator, we were going to actually have 2 cents here, but sorry. Only to say FinCom rated our Health Insurance Stabilization Fund, but we forgive them because they're trying to balance the budget. And it would be our hope. At the fall town meeting, we put $125,000 of reversions into that fund, so it had a dedicated funding source. So all of the conversation we just had about schools and dedicated funding sources, not called free cash. Moody's looks favorably on those things. So while we were in favor of undistributed, and they didn't leave us a lot of money for the next fiscal year, we have these funds for the sort of unexpected, unplanned costs. So we're good, and if we're back at fall town meeting to put it in there, we hope we'll have FinCom support to do so. Thank you.
Apologies, I got excited. Now to funded debt. To make... Yes. Yeah, we took about the past. That motion carried the group 31 to 40. That brings us to funded debt, to make payments of which require a 2/3 majority. So when I call the vote, I'm looking for a unanimous vote. Motion 31, it's moved and seconded that $7,418,500 is appropriated for account 7110 funded debt principal, of which $964,040 is appropriated from the Building Stabilization Fund and $507,200 from the Capital Stabilization Fund and $2,547 from the fund balance reserve for the debt premiums. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion passes unanimously, passing the 2/3 threshold. Motion 32 is moved and seconded that 7,186,000 42. I'm sorry. Is moved and seconded that $7,186,378 is appropriated for account number 7120 funded debt interest, of which $142,267.10 is appropriated from the Building Stabilization Fund, $231,255.29 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. We're on to Article 22, which is brought to us by the Finance Committee. I'm sorry, 23. I'm going to read the motion first. It is moved and seconded that $13,114,877 be appropriated for the water, of which $1,710,176 is personal services and $11,404,701 is for expenses, and that $1,898,030 being included in the appropriations from the general fund for indirect costs and be allocated to the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, raising the total to $15,012,907.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So if you turn to page 13 in our budget book, there were two adjustments here based on conversations with the Comptroller Stacy. So Chapter 110 tax levy, there was debt issued in March that impacted that item, and then also the debt service on the expense side. So outside of those adjustments, we accepted the town manager's budget as it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get the recommended Select Board?
I will save you the trouble, Mr. Moderator. We are favorable on Articles 23 and 24, so favorable action on both enterprise funds.
Thank you. I forgot to read the funding sources, so I will do that now. $8,795,846 from water and sewer receipts, $5,864,724 from the property tax levy in accordance with Chapter 110 of the Acts of 1993, $352,337 from the retained earnings. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Article 24, again from Finance Committee. It is moved and seconded that $2,431,342 be appropriated for the Recreation Enterprise Fund, of which $1,589,000 and $1,589,143 is personal services, $842,199 is for expenses, and that $418,923 be included in the appropriations from the general fund for indirect costs and be allocated to the Recreation Enterprise Fund, raising the total to $2,850,265, of which $2,675,265 from the recreation programs receipts and $175,000 from the general fund. On its behalf,
Thank you, Mr.
Bracey.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this is page 14 on the budget book and 15. So two call-outs here. Number one, after great conversations with Nick, just want to highlight that the after-school program RAP will not be offered at Lynch, just to be on consideration on the strategy for the Recreation Department going forward. We did not make any adjustments to the town manager's budget. We think the $175,000 general fund subsidy is reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board want to be heard? We're good. Okay. Any town meeting members? Sensing town meeting is ready for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Article 25. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to raise and appropriate $30,000 to the Building Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002, effective July 1st, 2025. On behalf of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So if you go in the background on page 36, so this was the energy efficient boiler for Morocco. I think we've been at this for a while. I think this is the last year for the $30,000. So we unanimously supported, obviously sponsored this article after discussions. We do believe this is the last year.
Thank you. Select Board.
Select Board recommended favorable action on this article.
Thank you. Any town meeting members want to be heard? Okay, ready for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Article number 26 is part of the consent agenda, so we're going to flip over to Article 27, which is offered by the town manager. The motion is moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $149,000 to fund the health reimbursement arrangement program titled Employee Health Care Mitigation. On its behalf, Town Manager Beth Rudolph.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting. I thought I would first start tonight's presentation with a brief overview of some of the trends we've seen in the town's health insurance budget over the past decade. The graph above shows our actual health insurance costs starting in FY16 along with the existing FY25 budget. That includes the $150,000 that we approved last Thursday and the proposed budget for FY26. You can see the sharp increase in the 25 to 26 budget. In the past several years, the town has taken advantage of various cost-saving measures, including switching our health insurance provider in FY23, which is what led to the 3.7% decrease that you can see in the graph above over the prior fiscal year. Over the past 10 years, on average, the town's health insurance costs have increased 5.7%. The town's health insurance budget process, the town's health insurance budget includes costs for both active employees as well as retirees and a buffer for potential health insurance plan additions or changes. The town starts our health insurance discussion each fall with our health insurance provider regarding potential costs for the upcoming fiscal year. This fall, when we started meeting back in October, we were told to expect a 10% increase for FY26 in our active employee plan, which at the time sounded terrible, and little did we know what was to come for this winter. When the final health insurance renewal rates were issued, our renewal rate was quoted at 18.92%, due in part to overall industry increases and trends, as well as our own local claims history. This was coupled with a very large increase of over 17% in our retiree health insurance costs on our supplemental Medicare plans due to changes made under the Inflation Reduction Act. These plans renew on January 1st of each year, and that is what precipitated the $150,000 increase to the budget that you previously voted for FY25. The town manager's budget was submitted on February 15th and carried the higher active plan employee costs. And staff and the select board have been working over the past several months with our health insurance consultant to evaluate different ways to reduce these costs. The town first issued an RFP to test the market for a new provider, but we did not receive any responses, which was telling in its own right. The select board then voted to adopt Mass General Law, Chapter 32B, Section 21 through 23, which allows the town to redesign our health insurance plan by aligning our copays and deductibles with the most commonly chosen plan administered through the state's Group Insurance Commission, or GIC. For FY26, this plan resulted in an overall premium savings of almost $600,000. Under the statute, 25%, or $149,000, is required to be shared directly with the subscribers. Over the past 6 weeks, the town has worked with the Public Employee Committee, as defined under the statute, to determine how those savings would be allocated. The PEC approved the setting aside of the savings to a dedicated account, or HRA, that can be used by employees to offset the out-of-pocket costs resulting from the plan redesign. The PEC voted and signed this agreement late last month. Under this article, town meeting is being asked to fund the $149,000 associated with the HRA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rudolph. Can we hear the recommendation of the select board? Does anybody want to know what the score is?
It's overtime.
100 to 100 in overtime.
True. Given that the select board did the work to put this into motion, we absolutely support this and recommend favorable action. It did save us several $100,000, as you saw, and we hope we can count on your support. And thank you, Beth and staff and all the union representatives for getting us to this agreement as timely as we did.
Thank you. FinCom?
The Finance Committee unanimously supports this article. I want to echo the thanks to the Select Board for taking action, and also Beth and Stacy for multiple Zoom calls to figure out the mechanics behind this, but unanimous support for this article.
So we'll open up debate on this topic. Mr. Jarius?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. D. Jarius, Precinct 8. Mr. Moderator, through you to the town manager, or whoever can answer this question. Will the $149,000 be sufficient to offset the increased payment to the employees? And if not, can you give an estimate of how much extra the employees will be paying?
Town manager?
I don't have off the top of my head the premium increase per se, but what I will say is that the statute, that Chapter 32B, Section 21 through 23, outlines a very rigorous process that communities have to follow, and we are required to share that 25% of the savings, which is that $149,000 amount, with the subscribers. Under the new agreement that was made with the PEC, there will be employees will be eligible to submit reimbursement to certain out-of-pocket costs. So that includes specialty visits that there were deductibles that were increased as a result of the new plan redesign, as well as some other. There's a list of 5 items under the agreement that employees can be reimbursed for. I will say this is the second time that the town has implemented this Mass General Law. There's currently $36,000 remaining in the account, so the $149,000 that we have now will be added to that $36,000, and it will be in place until such time as that fund is depleted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I'd just like to make a comment. No more questions.
Did you call me Miss Moderator? Back to you. The floor is yours.
So I'm concerned that while it's important that we look at the costs to the town, we also look at the costs to the employees. And the use of going for the most commonly selected plan is a race to the bottom, because the most commonly selected plan will turn out to be the least expensive plan, and that affects our employees. And I want to make sure that our very hardworking town employees get the coverage they deserve. So again, while I understand there's a pressure on the town, we should always think about what's happening with our employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other town meeting members want to be heard? Okay, town meeting's ready for the question. It is moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $149,000 to the fund to fund the health reimbursement arrangement program titled Employee Health Care Mitigation Fund. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Okay, we already did 28. Article 29 is part of the consent agenda. On to Article 30. Which is the proponent of this article is the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation. It is moved and seconded that the town appropriate or reserve from the Community Preservation Fund fiscal year 2026 revenue or available funds the amount recommended by the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation in the table below for the committee administrative expenses and community preservation reserves and other expenses in fiscal year 2026, with each of them to be considered a separate appropriation. On behalf of the petitioners, David Miller.
If I just can digress for 1 second, I would be remiss as a coda to the tree discussions we had last week to not make notice of the large number of trees that were lost this past week, and many of them on public property, and the reality of what do we do next with regard to replacing those trees and their lost contribution to our canopy. So I'm going to send it to you today.
Did you send it to me today? I didn't see it.
There we go. I just saw it go by. No, that's not it. That's it. That's it. That is it. Sorry.
Okay, then I did have that up here. Yeah, there it is.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, the names was a little confusing. Sorry. Slideshow. There we go.
Nope.
Start. There we go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I'd like to go through quickly the proposed budget for Winchester's handling of the CPA for FY 2026. And just to give everybody sort of the lay of the land, since this is the first time we've actually done this. The revenue into the CPA budget is determined by the tax surcharge, and in a subsequent years it will be including the state match, which, as we've discussed, is not happening this year. The revenue that comes in can either be spent, which requires an appropriation approved by town meeting, or reserved. The town meeting must approve the budget, and as I just said, any appropriations. If an appropriation is not approved by town meeting, the dollars are not available to spend. If any appropriated dollars are not spent at the end of the fiscal year, they are returned to the budgeted reserve. No project appropriations requested at this particular town meeting. As we've discussed previously, the process for Winchester is just getting started. No projects have been submitted, none have been solicited, so we're not talking about funding projects at this point in time. We could revisit this in the fall or spring of town meeting, however. So you've seen this figure before. I call out that there are 3 categories which must receive 10% of the reserve funds, or 10% of each can be spent on an appropriation, but this year it's going into reserve, and that's open space and recreation, affordable housing, and historical preservation. 5% of the total funds can be asked to be appropriated to administrative costs, and we'll get to that in a second. The remaining 65% go into a general reserve fund, or are spent specifically on projects in those 3 categories. So in terms of our budget breakdown, we're asking for 10% of the total revenue for affordable housing projects to go into a reserve, 10% for historic preservation projects going into reserve, and 10% for open space and recreation projects going into a reserve. We're asking for an additional appropriation or reserve, specifically an administrative expense, which rather than the 5%, which is possible, we're asking for 1.6%. We're asking for no appropriations at this time for CPA projects, as I mentioned, and reserving the balance into a budgeted reserve. And the way that looks in the budget that's in your booklet, if you can see that, yes, we're expecting, we're expecting $1.6 million to come in, as we previously discussed, into the, as a result of the CPA surcharge. There's no state match this year. We're asking for an appropriation of $25,000 for administrative expenses, and then the remainders, 160, 160, 160, each of the 3 categories that they must, and the remainder goes into the larger equation reserve. So all total, $1.6 million. That's
Thank you. Can we get the select board's recommendation? Do we lose the mic? Finance Committee?
Finance Committee votes favorable action. We're looking forward to seeing the process of the CPA match up with that capital in a coordinated fashion, but we voted favorable action on this article.
Finance Committee is favorable action. Planning Board? I thought you took one. Oh, okay. Housing Partnership?
Paying for these costs is an allowed use. The modest amount being requested in this budget is lower than many other towns used, and for these reasons, an approval vote is justified and recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from town meeting members. Mr. Shemetz?
Peter Scheimetz, Precinct 5. Just a question on procedure here. So we're putting, I can't see it, sorry, 160,000 in each of 3 places, which I'm assuming means that those are the only places we can appropriate those from?
No.
Would be question one.
The law requires that you set aside 10% into each of those 3. The remaining 70% can be spent in varying amounts in each of those 3.
Okay, and then that's and the total amount of money that we do spend in a given year, we have to appropriate here?
When we finally get proposals in and the committee themselves weighs them and rank orders them, they will be presented at town meeting for approval, yes.
And are we voting a 1/3, a majority vote or a 2/3 vote?
I don't actually know the answer to that question. Majority.
Majority. Okay, thank you.
To the town meeting member.
Hi, town meeting member Michelle Pryor, Precinct 4. So I gave Mr. Miller a heads up that I was going to make some comments tonight. Last Monday, when the WCCP presented, their timeline had them coming back to town meeting in November of 2026 for the first appropriation. We will start collecting tax revenue in July of 2025. The surcharge will generate about $133,000 per month. So I led the advisory committee that started in August and completed its work November 13th, 8 days after this ballot question passed. We reviewed CPAs in programs in 36 communities. We called town staff in other communities. We stole their forms and wrote a report, handed it off to the WCCP, and they have certainly adopted some of our recommendations, such as holding joint reviews with capital planning on projects that could be funded by CPA or the stabilization funds, having an initial application, pre-application process, then a more full-blown application process. That certainly we endorsed and happy to see them adopt. On page 2 were funding cycle recommendations, with a recommendation for the first year, as in the year that we're in, to bring forward projects at fall town meeting of 2025, so in 6 months. And that in year 2 and beyond, have projects ready to review and approve at both spring and fall town meeting. With fall town meeting, projects could include those that have gone through the summer and fall capital cycle, and that at spring town meeting, projects could include those that are not stabilization fund eligible, such as affordable housing. As you all know, we inherited 160 Forest Street, took possession of that last November, and are working through details with the Affordable Housing Trust. That's a project that would check 2 CPA boxes: historic preservation of a house and affordable housing that we need. And I'm concerned that waiting until November of 2026, 2 years from now, when there's a house sitting there that we could use, that we all are aware of, I think is a concern. And I think collecting $2.2 million in CPA revenue before we spend it while asking voters for an operating override in March is not a good look. So I would ask Mr. Miller and the committee, he doesn't have to commit tonight, to please think about ways to accelerate CPA spending on known needs. We have known needs in historic buildings. We have known needs for affordable housing. That's my comment. I still support this article, and I still support the budget. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those comments, Ms. Pryor. I was on the same committee that Michelle was referring to, and I'm well aware of those recommendations. The reality is that we are very concerned on the committee about being able to say when this process is all said and done that the process has been transparent and equitable, because the amount of dollars are transformative for many different functionalities in this town. And for that to be the case, we need to have a process which works well for everyone. And we're in the process of defining the process, if you will. And while we did mention, certainly on Monday, that we're looking for a fall of 2026 for the process to be up and running, we will allow for the possibility that between now and then we may consider appropriate proposals if they arise. But that is absolutely not a promise. That we'll see how our process unfolds. We are sensitive to the fact that taxpayers have put money into this fund and expect to see the money come out and be impactful. And so we are working with that goal, that understanding, I should say, very much in mind, and we will do our best, but we cannot promise at this moment how that's going to happen. Still working on it. So.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Yes, hi, Jennifer Hafley, Precinct 7. I'm also very saddened by the loss of trees. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to the proponent, this may have been stated and I couldn't hear. What are the administrative budget? What would that be used for?
First of all, at the highest level, up to 5% of the dollars can be used for administrative budget. The recommendation from the state's coalition is that we put all 5% into the budget. Our understanding of how it's used in other towns, which is a large part of how we think about where we put in our stuff, is for administrator, for consultants, lawyers, and for the dues that go to that coalition, as a matter of fact.
Okay, so kind of staffing, basically, is kind of what you're saying there.
Yes, when the process is actually up and running, we're going to be receiving lots of proposals, holding lots of meetings, having to keep track of lots of documents. And the reality, as we understand it, is that help is needed to do that. Okay, so yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Lemenager.
Jack Lemenager, Precinct 6. I, too, was on the study committee with Mr. Miller and Ms. Pryor. Just a clarification, when you say 10% on open space, 10% on housing, and 10% on historic resource, that's a minimum. Just clarification for the sake of the town meeting.
Good point. Yes.
Okay.
That is a minimum. Mr. Lemenager has it correctly. The other 70%, or 70% minus 1.6 for administrative, goes to those three things as well, but 10% is the minimum that must go to those things. Yes.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Thank you. Lauren Herman, Precinct 3. I am in support of this article, and I appreciate all the hard work of the WCCP. Just wanted to point out a couple of corrections. In the table, it should say open space and recreation, and it should say historic preservation. Thank you.
Lauren, both those things are correct. I did change it on this, but Lauren is correct that whatever error happened in creating that table together, the category is open space and recreation. In the booklet, it says open space.
Thank you. Ms. Simboli?
Dorothy Simboli, Precinct 6, through you to the chair. I just have a question. If so, you're allocating $160,000 to each of the categories for fiscal year 26. What happens if those monies don't get spent? Do they stay in those buckets? Do they go? How does that?
They must stay in those buckets. Yes.
So that 160 will then, for each of those buckets, will roll over to the next fiscal year.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep. Say it again. The table that you have up there, the wording change is not what we have on a motion before That is correct. I added the,
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you for that.
The motion is amended. I'm getting the sense that town meeting's ready for this question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The article passes.
Thank you.
It is exactly 10 o'clock. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Thank you.
Welcome back. We have now just adjourned night 3 of Winchester's Springtown meeting. And night 3, after our break, we continued discussing the school's budget. At that time, there was a motion to amend, and the motion was to amend the school's budget to use free cash, $1,711,639 from free cash to offset the school's budget so that it would be $70,415,718. A lot of debate came through after that and after the break. A lot of discussions, a lot of great points on both sides. And in the end, the vote passed with 102 in favor and 60 against. From there, because it was a motion to amend, we returned to the motion as amended, and a few comments came in thereafter, but not many, and there was a voice vote, and the school's budget passed as amended and was fully funded as the schools had requested using free cash. After that, we went down and continued down the yellow sheet, which all of town meeting uses. Looks like this. From there, we took up the vocational education vocational education budget that passed unanimously. We went on through the undistributed, which includes the energy, Medicare tax, health insurance, the reserve fund, a few other items that passed unanimous and was also supported unanimously by the select board. Then we went on to the funded debt. There was for the funded debt principal, we have $7,418,500, and that was funded by town meeting. And then we went to the funded debt interest, which is $7,186,378, and that was also funded by town meeting. After that, we went on to Article 23, which is the water and sewer enterprise. Town meeting voted in favor of that, along with the select board in favor. Article 24 was the recreation enterprise. That was an interesting quick vote, but with that came some new additional information that the recreation program's Lynch School RAP program will not be returning as part of the Lynch opening in fiscal year 26 was announced. With that, the select board recommended favorable action town meeting, and they also, town meeting, voted in favor of that. From there, we moved on to Article 25. Change my book. And that was to appropriate a sum of money to the Building Stabilization Fund. It was $30,000, established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002. Town meeting reviewed that and voted also favorable. 26 was our consent agenda, so we already had voted that on night 1. And then we went to Article 27, which 27 was about the health reimbursement arrangement program. Essentially, health insurance has been a big topic of conversation for Winchester, as the proposals provide a premium of 18.92% for the fiscal year 26. And when they came into that and they came and saw that was an unexpected increase, way more higher than they anticipated, the select board, with the support of the town manager, began to look at their options to help save the town money due to this unexpected expenditure. As FinCom noted, the mechanics were very complex, and the select board referenced a statute that they used to help build this. A town meeting member specifically wanted to know about how the reimbursables for the premium are going to impact our employees, and there was a discussion about that. And as part of the statute, 25% of the savings the town receives in the process they're asked town meeting to do would go back to the subscribers. With that, town meeting did vote and approved Article 27 to fund the health reimbursement arrangement program, which is titled the Employee Health Care Mitigation Fund. Then finally, we moved on to Article 20. One moment, we're going to get there. We moved on to Article 30. Article 27 we had taken up already along with 28. So we moved to Article 30, which is the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation's article. And at this time, if you remember correctly, during our national election, we had on the ballot question for a Community Preservation Act, which is a portion of a tax increase where the funding of that increase would go specifically to help supporting projects inside our government, which included open space and recreation, historic preservation, affordable housing. At this time, town meeting was asked to begin to start to set up the community preservation fund for fiscal year 26. There was discussion about the community preservation administration budget, which is $25,000. With that 5%, that is a state recommendation that 5% of the budget for the CPA would be allocated towards administration. There was some conversations from a town meeting member that the taxes will start being received in July of 2025, and that they're looking to only start expending them out in 2026, late 2026. With that, they would like them to consider accelerating this spending as we do have immediate needs. The chair of the Winchester Committee on Community Preservation noted that they will allow appropriate proposals to come in if they arise, but they can't commit to accelerating the expenditures to meet needs at this time, but they will look into it. And that, at this point, that wrapped up our night. Hopefully, Alan will be back for night 4 of town meeting, but it was a pleasure helping you. All the best to Winchester.